I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the Alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go on the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch, indeed. A child shall lead them. What's going on, y'all? I'm having a little bit of a hangout, hanging with the homies. I will be answering all of your questions and just generally hanging out. Ain't gotta be no big thing on a chicken and chicken wing and a string and Burger King, as my homie Boomhauer would say. Shout out to everybody coming through. Let's see what we got going on here. Urso907, happy birthday, big homie. Good to see you. Oh shit, no friends, and my mom told me to F off when I called. I think it's over. Well, it doesn't look good right now between you and your mom. I would definitely agree with that, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's over with. You know, as long as you want to try, keep trying. You hear me? Unless it's a crazy situation where she's like threatening to shoot you or something like that. You know what I mean? Tina and this bitch haven't. Yo, Tina, I was just thinking about you like a couple days ago. For real. And I was digging in and I couldn't figure out. I forgot what nickname I used for you, so I couldn't text you. Music is louder than you. Thank you for letting me know that. I'm gonna fix that right now. I love reactions. Bring me more Mastodon. Shout out to Brazil. Yeah, I mean Mastodon. That may be coming through. That may be coming through in a second. All right, so we got all controversial question of the day. Kyle Brock says, Vin, you sometimes talk about reparations for black Americans who are descendants of slaves. My question is, does that include white people who are descended from black slaves? Well, tell me who those people are. Tell me who those people are, and we can have the conversation. If it can be demonstrated that there is a contingency of black people in America who to this moment are benefiting from a proximate systemic racism, then I would absolutely believe that they would be entitled to reparations. Keep in mind, reparations is not a black thing. Reparations happened after the Civil War during Reconstruction, when the folks who owned human beings, because they lost all that revenue, were given reparations, and that was in the context of the 40 acres and a mule stuff. See, that's the other thing. It's not like black people came up with the concept of reparations. The 40 acres and a mule stuff, I mean, that was part of the emancipation package, right? And that's a bill that's never been paid. The English paid reparations to the Israelis for not doing more, I guess, during the Holocaust. The Germans did the same for the Israelis. We paid reparations out to Asian Americans because of, us putting them in internment, read concentration camps. So this is not something that is unfamiliar to America. This is not something that's never been done before. This is not an act of special pleading. This is just the normal course of events. Those are the things that usually happen. I survived Raccoon City. Good to see you, buddy. I'm actually not against reparations. Yeah. And I don't know if you are or you're not. I mean, I don't really make a big deal out of it as a platform issue, just because right now the state of my people is that if we did get reparations, we would immediately put that money back into white hands and white banks. So, that's why you don't really hear me talking about it. To be honest with you, if I was a bad guy on the white side, I'd be promoting reparations like crazy, because it's not really that much money, and those black folks are going to put that money right back into white coffers, believe me. English paid reparations to slave owners, and now there's a reparations debate taking place in the UK. And yeah, relative to the slave owners getting reparations, particularly Reconstruction in the South, relative to America, yeah, I agree with Tina. But here's the other thing. I believed in Reconstruction. I think it's actually good that we paid out reparations to white people, even though there were none for us. And the reason for that is, if America would have let the South just die on the vine, which is what was going to happen, we would not be collectively the only superpower in the world right now. So, I mean, a lot of what happened post Civil War was a we need to keep America alive. America needs to survive. And so from that perspective, you can't really be mad. You should be happy that white folks got their reparations. Because if the South was just was just condemned to death, if we would have given the South the death penalty, on top of them losing 400,000 people, it would not have benefited all of us in the long run as Americans. And so, actually, I'm glad that we reconstructed the South, because I don't think we're the world's lone superpower if we didn't do that. It just won't be what was promised. Yeah, I mean, 40 acres and a mule today would be an insane amount of money. You know what I'm saying? It would be insane. Like we would be a problem, and the American government does not want a contingency of black people with that much power. Go see Wall Street. Black Wall Street. I got a question to Stump. Christians, explain dinosaurs. A lot of Christians, you might not know, have no problem with the dinosaurs. One of my favorite Christians in the world, John Sailhammer, who's as conservative can be, believes that there's room for Darwinian macroevolution between verse 1 and verse 2 of the Bible, because it said in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. And so to him, that's the entire universe, and you could fit billions of years of evolution into that. And then the specific creation narrative that we're zeroing in on, to him, is about God specifically preparing the land of Israel for Adam and Eve to inhabit and then spread across the world. So there's a lot of ways that Christians throughout the ages have dealt with either an old earth or evolution or dinosaurs or whatever. I do know that there are Christians who believe that the earth is like 6,000 to 10,000 years old. That is a view that's pretty recent, especially the systematized form. That's a pretty recent view. It's not a view that's been popular in Christian history, for millennia. Dinos are pretty cool. I was a big fan of the Triceratops when I was a kid. I had a friend, and of course he liked the the Tyrannosaurus. But I was always short. So I was always on Team Triceratops. Definitely always on Team Triceratops. Good question, though. If we could believe that Revelation 20 is symbolic, we can also believe Genesis 1 and 2 is symbolic. Probably. I wouldn't say that, though, because the genre of Revelation is an apocalyptic genre. And the book says right at the beginning that it's a book of signs. It literally says, the revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave to him to show his servants the things which must soon come to pass. He showed it by sending his angel to his servant John. So the term showed, it said he showed it. In the KJV is actually translated as signified. But the Greek word there is seimino, which means to communicate by signs. Hence the KJV translating that term as signified. So right at the beginning of the book, we are told that Revelation is a book of signs, not a literal history. Whereas Genesis, on the other hand, does not tell us it's a book of signs. Genesis presents itself as a historical narrative. So that's how I look at that. Is Isaiah 14 a future prophecy? I don't know. I'll have to check out Isaiah 14 and see what you're talking about here. I feel like Isaiah 14, okay. Babylon, Israel, the Lord will have compassion on Jacob. Let me see. The Lord will have compassion on Jacob. Once again, he'll choose Israel, settle them in their own land. Foreigners will join them and unite the descendants of Jacob. Nations will take them and bring them to their own place. Israel will take possession of the nations and make male and female servants in the land. Okay, I know who this guy is. They will take captives and rule over their oppressors. On the day the Lord gives you relief from your suffering and turmoil from the harsh labor forced upon you, you will take up this taunt against the king of Babylon. How the oppressor has come to an end, how his fury is ended. The Lord has broken the rod of the wicked. He has subdued nations, etc., etc., etc. Then it talks about the guy going down into Sheol and the worms covering him and all the rest of it. I do not take that to be a future prophecy. A lot of my black Israelite friends, which I'm assuming you are, who you are, I'll just say that, take that to mean that in the end of the world, God's chosen people are going to go oppress the white man for what the white man did to us. Please note, this text doesn't say anything about Edomites. It talks about Babylonians, specifically about Babylonians. In the black Israelite view, the sons of Esau are the bad guy. The sons of Esau represent all the white people. So the Babylonians are basically from Iraq. So I think that this is a prophecy relative to the redemption from the Babylonian exile. I do not take this to be a future view of enslaving Babylonian people. How about a God who murders children? That's always been a major problem for the biblical version of a God. Well, I agree with you if we say that God killing is the same thing as us killing, and it's not. Let me give you an example. Barbara, if I give you $100 and I say, Barbara, here's $100, do good with it, and at some point in time, I'm going to come back here and take the remainder of the balance, okay? So you go out and you take the money. You spent, I don't know, let's say you spent $50, right? You got $50 on the table. And I'm in the room and Kyle is in the room, right? If Kyle takes the money without asking, we're going to rightly call Kyle a thief. But if I take the money, nobody's going to call me a thief. And the reason is because the principle is I'm the one that loaned you the money in the first place. So when I take the money back, when I take the remaining balance back, I'm only taking what I gave you. I'm taking back something that was originally mine that I loaned to you. But when Kyle takes the money from you, he's taking something that doesn't belong to him. So when the scripture says in him was life and that life was the light of men. So Jesus in himself is the principle of life. And so any living being, whether it's a bacteria or whether it's a 4-year-old named Beatrice, the life that she has is not sourced in her, and it's not sourced in her parent. The life that she has actually is sourced in God. And so when a child dies before their time, on our side of the world, it's absolutely tragic. But on God's side of the world, it is God taking back. And a lot of times, if you take the biblical view, this is an act of mercy. For example, you have the Egyptians. And the Egyptians were going to raise their children in a godless environment and thereby continue to perpetuate godless societies that generate massive suffering like they had just got done doing because they had enslaved not just the Israelites, but essentially the African Peninsula, to be honest with you. You even see this reflected in the Bible. So when God goes and kills the firstborn in Egypt, the babies, the firstborn in Egypt, on the one hand, it's sad for the Egyptian parents because they've lost, the natural affection they have for their children. But on the other hand, it is simply God taking back the principle of life and getting those kids out of a horrifying situation. Because if the biblical narrative is right, those babies went to sleep and then woke up in the arms of their creator, while the Egyptians were left behind having to deal with the horrors and the exigencies of the world. So for me, I get it, it's disturbing, but God taking someone's life is God taking a principle that originated in him in the first place. Us taking a life is us crossing a boundary because we are not the authors of life. Black Israelites are insane. I don't know if they're insane. I think they're just hurt. I think they're hurt and they're denigrated, and they don't have the theological training to reconcile that pain and that denigration with a biblical worldview. And so the common sort of reflection of we're going to finally be able to get back and we're going to be able to, whatever, is a means of restoring dignity. But I don't think it's a biblical means of doing so. Murder is the intentional killing of the innocent. A God who is cruel to its creation is not a good God. Besides, with the Amalekites, for example, God ordered warriors to stab them with swords. Well, again, murder is wrong for us because we're taking something that did not originate with us. Barbara, I would ask you, on what grounds, on what basis is God duty bound to continue to communicate life to us? If the first premise is correct, right, and life is originated and flows from God, like the reason you're alive right now is because Jesus is continuing to communicate the principle of life to you, on what basis is God obligated to continue to communicate life to you? Yeah, I have checked out the Metatron guy. I mean, his usage of the Bible's interesting, I'll put it that way. Can a God do better than to kill children? It cannot ensure that these children are in nurturing homes. Well, let's continue the narrative. Would it be better for that child from a biblical perspective to be in the arms of God or in the arms of his pagan father who's going to teach him false doctrine and lead him to hell? Serious question. I mean, I think your issues are legitimate. That's why I'm engaging with you. I'm just asking you that question. God is also the children's real parent. Human parents are just stewarding his child while they're on here on earth. Correct. Which is one of the reasons for the analogy. My children are not my children. They're God's children first, on loan to me. So if he took my children from me, he would have done me no wrong. Now look, God has taken people from me, and it's changed me forever, but he hasn't done me any wrong. He's hurt me a lot, but he hasn't done me any wrong. Bad Hair Day says, gods don't exist, grow up. You know, Bad Hair Day, I really appreciate you making such a bold declaration. I guess what I'd ask you is, you yourself would have to be God at some level in order to say that God doesn't exist, right? Because you would have to have exhaustive knowledge of every being in the universe in order to make such a claim. You'd also have to have exhaustive knowledge that there is nothing outside of this universe. There's no prime mover. There's no on cause, first cause. Those are both extremely difficult premises to prove. So I would like, while I appreciate your very explicit claim that God doesn't exist, can you answer for us if you are some sort of omniscient being who has knowledge and has access to secret knowledge that none of the rest of us have? We barely know what's in the bottom of the ocean. We don't know what's in the bottom of the ocean, but you know so much about reality that you know for a fact that there is no God. So I'd like you to tell us how you came to that conclusion and what your evidence is for that idea. Shout out to Tony. Good to see you, baby. Meng, Jesus is my gardener. That's true. Jet, do kids go to heaven no matter what? Yeah, I believe so. Jesus said that the kingdom of God belongs to children, and if we would see heaven, we should be like little children. But I do not believe that little children get to heaven because they're innocent or because they deserve it. I believe that little children get to heaven for the same reason we all do, which is that God is merciful. If this God exists, why doesn't it say hello? Doesn't this God know that to hide is to encourage disbelief. Yes, I agree with that, actually. But I think there's a couple things that you're not thinking through in that question. Number one, I would say that God, through his word, the scripture, has said a lot more to us than hide. I'm going to need one of those lights adjusted. If you could get that middle one. Sorry. Are you up yet or no? I need the phone, the light. Yeah, so the first question, if God exists, why doesn't he say hello? And the first argument would be, well, he has said hello through his word. Another argument would be he has left his calling card with creation, right? That would be the argument. So he has said hello to us on numerous occasions, and obviously, as Christians, we believe that he's also said hello to the person and work of Jesus Christ. Now, here's the thing about belief or unbelief. A lot of people, especially modern people, believe that they hold on to their opinions about ultimate issues because of quote-unquote proof. So you have people that say, I'll have science, you guys can have faith or belief. But that doesn't work. And the reason it doesn't work is because anybody I've ever asked who believes that evolution, for example, is a real thing, they haven't come to that conclusion themselves. They were taught that in school. They say, well, science is based on peer-reviewed documents. How do you know? How do you know that? Secondly, how do you know the person doing the peer review is qualified in looking at the situation objectively? At some level, if you are not an omniscient being, your entire life is contingent on faith. If you've ever been on an airplane, that's an act of faith. If you've ever taken an Uber, that's an act of faith. If you've ever been put under for surgery, that's an act of faith. Because we do not have exhaustive knowledge about the people that are working in our mouth, right? If I were to say, how do you know that this person is qualified to administer this anesthesia, put you to the brink of death, and then bring you back? You'd say, you don't know. You don't have definitive knowledge, but based on the evidence you do have combined with trust, you're going to put your life in that man or woman's hands. And so my epistemology has to account for that. That nothing that we believe at the ultimate level is done through experiential knowledge, but through faith. A tree is the evidence of a tree. That you believe it's from a God is an opinion. Does this God know that we don't accept everything people say? Well, the God knows that we believe or don't believe based on what our ultimate intentions are, right? So you could say a tree is evidence of a tree, but how do you know that the medium by which you're viewing that tree is a faithful rendering of that tree? In other words, right now, if I see something on camera, right, I can easily say, well, that didn't happen. That's AI. AI did that. And there's no real way to prove it, right? Or if I were to say, that tree looks like a tree, but it's not really there because I hold to simulation hypothesis. So even though you can see it and touch it and hold it, it's not really there. It's just a bunch of zeros and ones. There's no way for you to prove that either. As a matter of fact, some of the most popular thinkers in the world right now are giving credence to simulation hypothesis. So reality is not as easy to discern as it appears. I don't know if I'm ever going to go on a plane with all of them crashing. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you, Jet. I've had some bad experiences on aircraft. So I'm not a fan of aircraft at all, and being on them. I'd much rather be in the ground. Much rather be on the ground. I have faith going on a plane because of significant evidence. We have no knowledge basis of gods. Planes are observable, testable is God. Well, the plane is observable and testable, but the pilot is not. Most people who end up on planes don't even see the pilot start to finish. right? So you have no evidence of that pilot. You have no evidence that he went to school. You have no evidence that he got a certificate. You don't have evidence of any of that. What you do have is, it's more likely than not that I'll get from A to B safely, so I'm going to get on this plane. The point is that you don't operate with life only by what you know, because if you did, you wouldn't be able to do anything. If you only believed in things or held on to an ideology because you have absolute proof, you wouldn't believe in anything, is the argument. Have you ever listened to what a tree is trying to tell you? I have. I have not. But based on some of the science I've been looking at, and quite frankly, quite honestly, you. Because anytime I hear these guys talk, my mind goes to you. Because you were saying this shit before there was any scientific justification or whatever for it. So I believe that that's possible, for sure. I don't think the Bible says take everything with a measure of salt, but the principle is still there. Test all things, hold to that which is true, reject that which is evil, right? Which is kind of, what you're saying. You don't operate on assimilation hypothesis. Step in front of a train. Does a God who designed us with 5 senses to detect reality understand that to hide from those 5 senses is to encourage disbelief? Well, again, I don't believe that he's hiding. He showed up in the person and work of Jesus Christ. So he has come and interfaced with us, number one. Number two, the fact that you would use the train thing indicates that you don't understand, no disrespect, but simulation hypothesis, right? Like, so for example, if I'm in a video game, if I'm playing Fortnite, and there's a cliff, and I jump off the cliff, I will really die in that game. In the game, I will die, but that doesn't mean that it's not a simulation, right? So simulation hypothesis, again, some of the smartest people on the planet believe it for very hardcore scientific reasons, right? Hey, Bukia, yeah, it's good to see you, man. It's good to see you. I like what Hoffman says relative to your train analogy. He says, what we're calling space-time is a headset. It's a computer dashboard. And when you see things on your computer, you don't take them literally, but you do take them seriously. In other words, if you've been working on, let's say, a position paper about, thermodynamics or whatever, and you spent, it's 500 pages, right? And if I were to click a mouse and then drag that document to the trash, so I'm about to trash your document, you would take that seriously, but you wouldn't take it literally. In other words, you don't actually believe that I'm taking the physical document and putting it in a physical trash can. You understand that the operation is a bunch of zeros and ones. So you're not taking the trash can literally, but you are taking it seriously. And so that, again, blends quite well with a simulation hypothetical view of the world. How does one not cross the fine line between love and I'm waiting, Mr. Testing my audio addiction, for the second half of your question? We have observation and testable evidence of pilots. Everything you mention is observable and testable. A God isn't. Who says a man named Jesus was a God? Well, that's not what I'm arguing. What I'm arguing is you don't, though. You don't test the pilot. You don't even know what his name is. As I said, most of us haven't even seen that pilot. So what I'm saying is you're doing something like taking your life you're putting your life into the hands of a man or a woman you've never seen, never known, and never heard of, didn't even hear their voice. And so that is an act of faith. And that act of faith is not really based on a lot of direct knowledge. That's the argument. Do you think God comes and interacts with us in person on earth without us knowing? I am certain that he does. I'm certain that he does. So I'm not asking for a story in the Bible. I'm asking if a God can say hello to the 8 billion in existence, that it doesn't encourage disbelief. Well, I don't know what you mean by you're not asking for a Bible story. If you say God is bad because he never showed up to us, and then I say, well, he did show up to us in the person of Jesus Christ, and then you say, well, I don't want to hear from that. Well, then what would you like then? What hoop should God have to jump through for you? We cannot tell the difference between an undetectable God and a non-existent one. A God would know that. Well, yeah, but a God also knows the nature of the human heart, right? And he also knows that human beings don't like being told what to do. And he also knows that if there is a transcendent God who we have to answer to, then we can't live a life the way that we want to live it, right? And so God already has an understanding of why people don't believe. I thought you were saying assimilation hypothesis is an Indian whose older generation went through boarding school. I understand assimilation. Yeah. No, that makes sense. No, just a simulation hypothesis. Yeah. How do you not cross the fine line between lust and love? I'm going into a time where I may have a relationship with a woman where I can see it going into marriage, but we are on a break right now. I don't think lust and love should be thought of as being mutually exclusive of each other. I just think it should be looked upon as versions of the same thing, with or without sin. So let me look at it this way. An orange is a good thing. And it's a good fruit. It'll give you vitamin C, it'll give you fluids, all the rest of it, fiber, all the rest of it, right? So the orange itself is good. A rotten orange is still an orange, right? So like there's no line between an orange and a rotten orange. Like they're both the same thing. But the context in this particular situation, time and exposure, changes the nature of that orange, right? And so the thing that we call lust, which is that isolated feeling of sexual desire, especially we're talking about men and women in relationships. What I call lust is the isolation of sexual desire, separate from mutual love. Okay, so lust would be the isolation of sexual desire, contradistinct from mutual love. So if the sexual desire comes from a place of mutual love, then it's a good form of lust. If the sexual desire comes from, doesn't come from that mutual act of love, then it would be lust. So that's how I'd look at it. Where's my buddy Barbara? Yeah. Barbara, I agree. God knows that we can't tell the difference between an undetectable one and a non-existent one, but God has said that he's given us way more than enough for us to detect that he's there. Bail a break means I want to go test other dudes out and see if I like them better. Whew. Yikes. Oh, I see what you're saying. We're on a break. Well, I don't know if that's what it means for them, Dan. Don't be putting your experiences into this person's life. What's wrong with you? It's very possible that might be the case, my boy, but it's not necessary all the time. Good Lord. I'm having fun with these discussions. Well, I hope so. I hope so. That's the goal. We all need a little fun in our life. More questions on the way, dear listener. More questions on the way. Yeah, Ross and Rachel were on a break. You guys know what happened there. To be honest with you, I was going through a similar situation when that whole thing was happening. And I was in the Bronx at the time. So nobody really knew what the reference was. But I used the Ross excuse to great effect. And because I was in the ghetto, nobody knew what I was doing. But it worked. We were on a break. That's why I was talking to this lady. She wanted to divorce her husband or whatever. And she's like, she kicked him out. And I said, I don't think that's going to go the way you want it to go. And sure enough, she kicked him out. He's got this girl. He's on Facebook all over the place with this girl. All type of shit. Taking her to baseball games. All type of shit. And he still ended up back with his wife because, you know, they were on a break. It's just crazy to me, bruh. I'm a realist in my old age. Yeah, I bet you've become one. So have I, man. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you. Oh, yeah, Book. Yeah, who initiated the break, my boy? That's also very, very important. If the girl initiated a break, it's usually because she's trying to like hit you up with some ultimatum. She's wanting you to make you feel what it's like to not have her around and shit. If a dude initiates a break, it's definitely because he wants to. He doesn't want to completely break up with the girl, but he wants a justifiable excuse for why he's about to do what he's about to do. What do you think of the Gabriel inscription and its relationship to Simon of Perea? I don't have an opinion on that because I don't know what you're talking about. We see Gabriel, Simon of Perea. Former slave of Herod the Great, who rebelled and was killed by the Romans. Oh, I see. It's some claim that he's a Messianic figure. A tablet known as Gabriel's Revelation, or the Jessalon stone, was likely found in the Dead Sea sometime around the year 2000. It's been associated with the same community which created the Dead Sea Scrolls, that would be Qumran, but does not mention Simon. Scholars formerly read the inscription as a command from the angel Gabriel to raise from the dead within 3 days. He took this command to be directed at a 1st century Jewish rebel called Simon, who was killed by the Romans in 4 BC. Noel believed that among the finding calls for a complete reassessment of all previous scholarship on the subject of Messianism, Jewish and Christian alike. In 2009, the National Geographic channeled Ear of the First Jesus, which addressed the claims and controversy. Noel has eventually abandoned this reading in favor of Ronald Hedlund's reading by 3 Days the Sign. He still maintains a historical background of the inscription to be mentioned above. He now views Simon's death, according to the inscription, as an essential part of the redemptive process. The blood of the slain Messiah paves the way for the final salvation. According to Livius, Simon of Perea may have put a diadem on his head, and his men must have created sufficient trouble to make the Romans send in the legions, but there are no indications that he was considered a Messiah. Interesting. So yeah, there's an inscription about being raised from the dead after 3 days or something like that, that people obviously related to Christ, but apparently there's scholarly dissension on what the thing actually meant. I will be with my boyfriend for a whole year in June. Congrats, Jet. Vin, I would love if you listen to podcasts that I sent you, the SB Discords, in an interview of Graham Harvey about animism. I believe we'd have a good discussion about it. Send it to me again. It's flipped. In the last 20 years, mate, it's okay for girls to sleep around, and calling them out is being frowned upon is slut shaming. Yeah, I hear you, bro. I initiated the break. The dude, which I was not doing it because I wanted to do anything else with anyone else. If anything, I started being far more loyal to her when we went on the break. Okay, that's good. But why did you go on the break? Was it because you were trying to like figure out what your motives were, or were things getting too physical too early? Which I think is great, man. That's great for you to have that kind of self-control, for sure. Shout out to Barbara, by the way, for the questions. Animism is fun. I bet. What the hell is it with all these plane crashes, though, bruh? Feels like a plane is crashing once a week now. Hey, first time here. What is the objective goal for this stream? The objective goal is just to hang out, and if people have any questions about anything, theological or otherwise, they can ask, and we can hang out, and we can agree and disagree and go back and forth and all that jazz. Come and welcome. It's all the DEI firings. What's a DEI firing? He now views Simon's death, according to the inscription, as an essential part of the redemptive promise. The blood of the slain Messiah paves the way for the final salvation. Yeah, but then the quote goes on to say that, according to Livius.org, Simon of Perea may have put a diadem on his head, and his men must have created sufficient trouble to make the Romans send in the legions, but there are no indications that he was considered the Messiah. Do you view the Catholic Church as a cult, and if not, why? So, in religion, the term cult has a multitude of meanings. The first is kind of a neutral meaning, and it just means the specific religious rituals and practices that a group does. So they'll talk about the Hebrew cult, the Israelite cult, or the early Christian cult. They're not saying that it's a cult in like the sociological sense. They're saying it's a collection of unique beliefs and ideas that mark that particular religious group. So that word cult has no meaning, positive or negative. It's just an observational term. The second meaning of the term cult, particularly in Christianity, refers to groups of believers who claim they are Christians, but deny one of the essentials of Christianity. So, for example, Jehovah's Witnesses, for example, believe that Jesus was a created being. And the Bible says the direct opposite, but they're claiming to follow the Bible. That would be a cult in that sense. And then there's a sociological understanding of a cult, which most of us know, which is, the one guy and everybody follows him, and, everybody drinks the Kool-Aid or everybody has sex with the cult leader or whatever, right? Most of the time when people say the Catholic Church is a cult, they're talking about number 3, the sociological aspect. There are some Christians in the Reformed tradition, when they talk about the Catholic Church being a cult, they're talking about answer number 2. The first usage is almost exclusively only used by academics when you're reading what they write about. Okay, so having said that, obviously I believe the Catholic Church has cultic elements in it if we're talking about definition 1. the third definition, which is what I'm assuming that you're talking about, is the sociological cult, which is, Jim Jones and all that stuff. From that perspective, no way. I don't believe the Catholic Church is a sociological cult at all. One of the issues is it's not based around one person. So the Pope has primacy, I agree, but that primacy doesn't get deployed with everything he says. He's got to be speaking ex cathedra or from the chair for it to be, God's words. And that usually has to happen in the context of an ecumenical council, which is all the bishops come together. Secondly, Mary occupies a much higher position in Roman Catholicism than the Pope does. And as you can see with this particular Pope, there are a lot of Roman Catholics, as a matter of fact, really mainstream Roman Catholics that are speaking against this Pope. I'm talking about like in the millions. And so from that perspective, I do not see how we could say that Roman Catholicism, at large currently is a cult sociologically from that perspective. So yeah, hopefully that answered that question. I was not being a good man to her. I became way too flirty with other women while going home and having 3-hour conversations with her. I also imprinted a perfect version of a woman upon her. Okay, well that's very mature of you. You know what I'm saying? That's really, really mature. Like, definitely, as a dude, I've looked back and been like, so that's good. Is all life valuable and worthy of respect? Yes. If all living things were created by God, then by default, to not honor and respect it would be to not honor and respect God. I was about to ask for an opinion on Catholicism. Well, there it is. What's up, Larry? Speaking of cult, what about the Satanic Temple? I don't think the Satanic Temple is a cult. We actually watched a movie about, I forgot the name of the movie, but it was about the Church of Satan, and it was about them like putting up a Baphomet. I think it was something about hell or something like that. But anyway, we sat down all together and watched it together. I didn't really think that they were cultic to me, especially with that brand of Satanism, which is kind of like do your own thing. It's one of those things where, like, if they held to that specific brand of Satanism, then they would be cult-proofed at that point, because if you're the final arbiter for everything, then it does not encourage, like, being in a cult and surrendering your mind to one person's ideas. What's funny is, in that movie, one of the girls said something about, like, she got carried away and talked about killing Trump or something like that. And they kicked her out of the club. So she's like, I got kicked out of a Satanist temple for being too radical politically or whatever. So there's that. If you mean, okay. Vin, does my view that we are not some special form of life above other living things mean that I don't value human life? Well, I don't believe that you do not value human life. I know you value human life. When you say, I don't think that we're special in distinction to other beings, I don't believe that you believe that. In other words, if you and I were walking down the street and we heard a mom say to her child, oh, you crapped your pants, you're like a wild animal. You're just an animal. I don't think we'd walk by and say, that lady is repeating the truth that all of us have equal value. I think we would say that she is devaluing that child. Another thing I think you should think about is the term dehumanize. Why is the term dehumanization wrong? Why don't they call it decreated? or de-animalized. When we say dehumanized, what we're saying is there's something about humanity that separates you from every other living being on the planet. And to take that from you is a gross evil, right? Thirdly, I do not believe that if there was a concentration camp 5 minutes away from your house, Kai, that you would be just driving by it every day, right? I think you would do something to try to stop it from happening. And yet there's Burger Kings all over the planet. There's McDonald's all over the planet. And all these people that say that they believe that a chicken has the same moral value as a human being, none of them are invoking Hitler. None of them are burning down the building to free the chickens, etc., 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 which is all things that we should see people do if they truly believe that all animal life were level set as the same thing. I don't believe that any human really believes that. Why is everyone so obsessed with a Messiah to save them from themselves? If it's not religious Messiahs, it's people looking for the existence of alien to save us from ourselves. What is it about our nature as human beings that make us search for these things instead of trying to save ourselves? Well, I think that the big story in humanity has been that humanity has tried to save itself. Just look at the last century. If we were to ask people, why are we doing this World War I thing? We'd say, well, we got to save ourselves from these people over here. I mean, look what the Germans are trying to do. They're trying to take over the world. Then we go into World War II. And we say, what was going on here? It's like, well, I mean, shit, man. Look at these Germans, bro. We got to save ourselves from these Germans, man. And then it's the Korean War. Then it's the Vietnam War. By the time we get out of the century, we've got literally hundreds of millions of people dead. I think that human beings have gotten to the understanding that there's been enough revolutions and cycles of nature to determine that we do not have the answer. If we just go back to last century, the Marxists got together and said the reason this is all happening is because of the bourgeoisie. We got to get rid of the bourgeoisie and restore power to the proletariat. And that sparked a communist revolution that killed like literally over 100 million people. If you go back farther, we use religion instead of an economic system. Marxism is an economic system. Prior to that, we had religion. And what we found was that religion, while quelling some of our desires, as far as like person to person, whatever, still didn't really help us with the global problems that we have, i.e. the Crusades. And so I just think that as the human story continues to be told over and over again, we keep landing in the same exact place because there's something seriously wrong with us. And so we do need to be saved from our own wrongness. I mean, all of us say things like, hey, I'm just human, or nobody's perfect. Okay, well, there's 8 billion of us, right? So if you bring about 8 billion imperfect people, you're going to get a hellscape. And we don't do a very good job. When the communists are in control, millions of people die. When the capitalists are in control, millions of people will die. When the socialists are in control, millions of people die. When the social libertarians are in control, millions of people die. When the right wingers are in control, millions of people die. So I think one of the more easily demonstrable statements about humanity is that we're good at killing ourselves. We're not very good at saving ourselves. What are your thoughts on Leviticus 25? Atheists usually say that verse teaches child slavery, but only for Gentiles. Someone also told me that slaves in America still had rights, although limited, to argue against me when I said that Gentile slavery in Israelite culture was humane and ethical. What are your thoughts on the opponents who are arguing against it? Well, first of all, the term forever in those passages in Leviticus don't literally mean forever. It just means for a very long time. Secondly, chattel slavery was essentially unheard of in the Old Testament era. I was just listening to a secular historian that says that what we had in the America and the transatlantic slave trade should be called something different from slavery because it was that bad as far as the dichotomy. Third, the vast majority of slavery in the Old Testament was debt slavery, and those debts had to be relieved during the year of Jubilee. Didn't matter what kind of slave you were. If you were operating during the year of Jubilee, you were supposed to put all that down and not work at all. And of course, the Gibeonites, who had sold themselves as permanent slaves to the Israelites, we see them hundreds of years later, living on their own, having their own thriving community. And what we find is that God actually held the nation hostage, because it says that Saul, in his zeal for Israel, went to destroy all the Gibeonites. And so after everything went down with Saul, God held up the rain. And these guys are in an agrarian society. And so David says, hey, why are you holding up the rain? People are dying. What are you doing? And God says, when Saul was king, he went and slaughtered a bunch of Gibeonites and almost wiped them out and was very harsh to them. And so I'm holding you guys hostage until you make that right. And so the Israelites had to sacrifice 7 of their people. It says that they were executed before the Lord. And then it says, then the Lord relented on the trouble that he sent to Israel. Like he let rain happen. They could get their crops back, etc., etc. So that right there tells you that God himself has spoken of his fighting for these permanent slaves over and against his own people, Israel. Very interesting. Have to sleep, working 5 hours. Good night. Yeah, have a good one. Have a very good one. How can we distinguish your claim of a God from it just being in your head? Wouldn't a God understand this dilemma? Well, yeah, Barbara, and that's why my God entered into human history in the person and work of Jesus Christ, right? It's pretty simple for me. If Jesus rose from the dead, then I've got good reason to believe everything else he said. If he didn't rise from the dead, then I've got no reason to believe anything he said. And I think there's enough evidence there that a rational person could significantly believe that Jesus actually really did live, die, and rise from the dead on the 3rd day. So yes, God has absolutely factored that in. For sure. Any claim of a God that wants a relationship with us, but then hides is nonsensical. A God would know that if it existed. I agree, Barbara. You keep begging the question in the discussion. I don't believe that God is hiding. I believe that God has made himself pretty explicit. As a matter of fact, it says this in the scripture. Why do you complain against him, saying he answers none of man's word? But God does speak in one way and in two, though man does not perceive it. The fact that you're not perceiving that God is speaking doesn't mean that he's hiding from us. It may be, Barbara, that you're hiding from him, right? That could be true too. No offense, but your justification of a God who slaughtered innocent children is just one danger of religion. That anything is just a Bible in the name of God, religion is dangerous. Well, I just talked about the communists who killed over 100 million people last century, and they were sufficiently atheist. With atheism, you don't have any objective standard for saying that a human being is more valuable than a twig. So if we're going to talk about potential danger, good night. We've got atheism. Furthermore, Barbara, I've asked you some questions and you've answered none of them. Let me ask you again. On what basis is God duty-bound to give any of us life? Why, if God is the one that gave us life and is communicating the principle of life to you and I right now, on what basis is God morally obligated to continue to do that for me or for you? So, let's have a discussion where we're both answering questions, right? Because I've asked you a couple questions that you haven't really engaged on. A story in a book is not proof of a God. All you have is a story and nothing more. You know, I find statements like this really, really interesting. If I were to say, what is your proof that Abraham Lincoln was the 16th president of the United States? You know what you're going to give me? You're going to give me a story in a book. Right? Because all history is a story in a book. By the way, all science too, right? The reason you believe in evolution was because you sat down in second period when you were in the 10th grade, right? And your teacher opened up a book, and you opened up a book, and you guys followed along, and then when you took a test, you regurgitated what you read in the book. So everything that you believe that grounds your worldview, sis, was found in a book, right? So I think we got to come up with a little bit more complex arguments, I think. No God is duty bound to live life. What does that have to do with cruelty from a God? Okay, so you're saying that God doesn't have the duty to give life. So when God takes life, he's not doing any moral wrong because he's taking back something that belongs to him, right? He's giving us life on loan. When he decides to take it back, I don't see how you could charge him with any immorality if you say that he has got no obligation to continue to extend us life. Yeah, I watched a documentary about one of the really bad reservations. The water from the sink was black. Yeah. That's why I don't jump on the reparations thing too much, because if you look at the effect it's had on Native people, the reparations that they were given, it didn't really do very well. Vin, why don't you guys do streams on TikTok? I didn't know TikTok was a long form type thingamajig. If it is, I mean, I don't have anything against it. Documents and artifacts in history are used to help us have confidence in history. Documents and artifacts don't prove a God. Abraham Lincoln was a man. Humans are observable and testable. Again, Barbara, that's not my point. My point is for you to discount what the Bible says because it's in a book means that we have to discount all facts that we find in books. So you have to come up with a better reason for denying what you see in the Bible than just saying it was in a book. Because everything that you believe at the ultimate level about ultimate issues are all found in books. You did not come up with them on your own. That's what I'm saying. So, people named Abraham exist. Human beings exist. Males exist. People with the last name Lincoln exist. But the specific individual, Abraham Lincoln, and the exploits that he supposedly did are all found in history books. There was no YouTube at the time. There was no TikTok at the time. And there were no handheld phones by which we could ascertain what he did. All we have are the historical seats in Laban at the time, like the situation life of the people, and the massive change from slavery to emancipation. And history would then demand some sort of explanation for that massive sociological shift. And that is exactly the same principle that you see in the Jesus movement. That's why. There are lots of books claiming lots of gods. Why doesn't this God reveal itself to distinguish itself? And which book, if any, if it's his word? Well, again, Barbara, you're continuously begging the question. Jesus did exactly that. So you keep asking the same question and you're not dealing with the fact that it has been answered. Like, you have to build off. You don't have to agree with the answer I'm giving you, but you have to at least engage the question in a way that acknowledges that you've seen the answer. What is your thoughts on Robert Greene books? Well, who is Robert Greene and what kind of books does he have? Been listening to Christ recently. What did he mean by saying the wind bloweth where it listeth, and thou hearest the sound thereof, but cannot tell where it cometh and whatever it goeth? Yeah, Scott, that's John chapter 3. I mean, that's Jesus describing the operations of the Holy Spirit. If I were you, John, I would get Scott. Sorry, if I were you, Scott, I would get me a ESV version of the Bible instead of a King James. But I'll explain. Jesus is trying to explain the born-again experience, right, to Nicodemus in John chapter 3. And Nicodemus doesn't understand this. And so Jesus looks at him and says, you're Israel's teacher and you don't know this? And he says, the wind blows wherever it wishes. You don't know where it's going. You don't know where it came from. And then he says, so it is with everybody born of the Spirit. And what that means is you cannot see the wind with your physical eyes, but you can see the effects in the physical world, right? The tree's stationary, then it starts going like this, right? And you say, oh, that was the wind. So you see the wind, not in the wind itself, but the effect that the wind has. And so what he's saying about somebody born of the Holy Spirit is invisible, but his actions are not, right? So you got a guy, he's short-tempered, gets physical the moment somebody says something crazy about him, all type of shit, right? And then, boom, he encounters the Holy Spirit. Somebody slaps him in the face, and all of his friends go, that dude's about to die. And the guy who's now been born of the Spirit looks at him and says, why'd you do that? That would be an example. We would say, oh, the Holy Spirit's working on that guy. I used to be we used to do a ministry in like a downtown area. It was grimy. It was the worst people in the world in that city, right? I mean, like everybody hated these people. Like seriously, like when they would die outside of an OD or exposure, like you'd always have people commenting, oh, it's another one, good, clean up the trash, whatever. And so we start teaching them. I'm not gonna lie to you, we didn't do a lot of you're a horrible sinner, blah, 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 blah. We started teaching them that they were in the image of God. We started telling them that they were the representatives of God on the earth, and that there's nobody ever like them and nobody like them ever again in the history of the world. And their job was to image and represent God to everybody that they saw. We're coming about 3 or 4 weeks into this training, and one of the guys there, like former ex-con, all that shit, got into it because like we're out on the streets, right? So he got into it, somebody, and his other street buddy grabs him and says, Johnny, in that Maine accent, are you imaging God right now? So like, this is a real fight. This is a real confrontation. These are hardcore street people. Never graduated high school, like did significant time in prison. And they're about to get busy. And one of them grabs the other one and says, you're not imaging God right now. And that is what turned him around. He got his mind back, went back to his senses, let the guy go, and went back to the Bible study. Okay, that is an example of the Spirit blowing wherever it will. Us not knowing. At some point, when we were teaching him that stuff, the Holy Spirit came next to the guy and said, hey, this is true. This is who you really are. But I didn't know that happened. The only time I knew that God had done that with that dude is the evidence of what he did when he really got tested. So that is what Jesus is saying there. When the wind blows, it goes, you don't know where it's coming from, you don't know where it's going, but you see its effect. That's the same idea. You don't know the moment when God really converts a person. None of us knows. We only know after the fact, when we start seeing their life change radically. If that makes any sense. What version of the Bible do you read? I read the ESV. Yeah, Scott, hopefully that answered the question. Do you and Sawyer ever plan to do a gaming channel on YouTube? I doubt it. I'll give you a reason to disbelieve the Bible. Much of its claims contradict evidence. A supernatural claim, including the resurrection, contradict evidence. Oh, Barbara, please tell me what evidence that the resurrection contradicts. I'd like to know. I live in Washington, Larry, so I live near a few reservations. 48 Laws of Power. Oh, I haven't read that book yet. I'm assuming it's got some pretty good principles for leadership and all that. Sure, you continuing to claim Jesus isn't proof of anything because You believe the story doesn't mean it's real. Could this God tell us it is in fact real, not a book, not you, not a preacher God? Yeah, but Barbara, Jesus is God, right? So if you're rejecting, it's like saying, if there really was a president, then he would get on TV and show himself. But then I refuse to turn on the TV. And then I keep saying, oh, there's no such thing as, you believe there's a guy named Donald Trump, but I keep turning on, I refuse to turn off the TV. And you're like, well, just look at the TV, it's right there. And I go, no. Then I turn on the TV and I see the guy talking. I go, oh, that's AI. And there's no real way you can prove that the person talking isn't AI, because you've probably never met Trump in real life. And even if you have met Trump in real life, there's still a whole bunch of deniability, because I can say, yeah, that one guy you meant wasn't really Trump. That was another guy named, Jerry. And the thing you're seeing right now is AI. So I can play the same game, right? If I don't want to believe something, there will always be a way for me to argue that the thing doesn't exist. Right? With over 1,000 different invented myths around the world, how likely is it the case that Christianity also contains myths? Well, it depends on how you define the term myth. I was reading this thing. We had a little debate in our little Bible study where we were saying, was this a lie or not? So Inuit women will tell their children that there's a sea monster or an ocean, some sort of water monster that comes and takes little children and takes them away from their parents. In reality, there is no actual sea monster, but there are riptides and rip currents that a child has no idea about, but if they step into the ocean during a rip current, they will be swept away and die. And so the question is that a real story or not? Well, it's a myth, sure, but the elements of the myth are true, in that there is a force more powerful than the child or its parents that will separate the child from its parents if the child doesn't stay away from it, right? And so we had a little debate. Was that parent telling the truth or lying to their kid, right? And I fell on the side that no, the parent wasn't lying to the kid. The parent was rephrasing the truth in categories that a child could understand, because a child doesn't understand rip currents and rip tides and things of that nature. So if you're asking me, does God tell myths that way? Sure. But if you're talking about myth as in like completely made up and not real at all, no, I don't believe the Bible contains any of that. Later, Bukia. What other religions do you know well? I barely know Christianity well. I barely graduated high school, so don't believe the hype. I don't know many things well. A God who relies on flawed human hearsay and better speaking for itself cannot blame people for disbelief, not justly. This is just one part of unjust doctrine. Yeah, but I don't believe that. I believe that God has revealed himself and made himself very obvious, and that people suppress the truth in unrighteousness. And so, like you're doing right now. And that's one of the reasons why, Barbara, you won't answer any of the questions I'm asking you, because you always want to be in the position of the accuser, because the accusative position is always a powerful one. So when I ask you questions to justify your worldview, you won't answer them because of that principle, right? I'll tell you, biology, a human resurrecting from the dead being over 2 days dead. You keep saying that Jesus is God, and you say that because the book says so. Where is this Jesus? Other humans have claimed divinity. Are they true? It's just claims. Well, you have to answer that question. Why is it, of all the psychopathic people that claim to be God or whatever, why is this one so unique? Why did the followers of this particular person do something that has never been done before or after in the history of humanity? Answer that question for me. Antichrist equals Trump. You know, if I thought that there was a looming Antichrist on the way, I would definitely have Trump and Elon as front runners for the Antichrist and the false prophet. It's not even close. Not even close. Again, this is you telling people your God is real, not God. We cannot tell the difference between an undetectable God and from a non-existent one. Yeah, Barbara, I think that's true for some people. I don't think that that's true about you. It seems to me that you're doing your best to remain in your unbelief. Unbelief or belief is not primarily cognitive, it's volitional. I just think you don't want the story to be true, is what it sounds like to me. Vin, now what I've learned about animism, I would argue that the moment is speaking the truth. Say that a different way. Did you ever read the Quran? Oh yeah, I've read the Quran, the Urantia book. I've got a couple Qurans. Yeah, I've read the Quran. I've read the Hadith. I'm very, very interested in Islam for sure. Okay, Barbara. All right. Thank you. God's playing hide and seek. Okay, if you say so. God's not playing hide and seek with me. That seems very different from your view on Trump in his first term. What did you think my view on Trump was in my first term? In his first term. Vin, what do you think about Trump going after Native American citizenship? Was it native citizenship or was it birthright citizenship? I thought he was going after birthright citizenship because of the immigration issue, not the native issue. Interesting point. Jesus is more compelling as God than others because he is supernatural, not because he has powers, but because he defies selfish human nature. Dying for people who hate you, sacrifice, agree. I agree. I think there's a lot of the miracles that Jesus did that could be replicated with a lot more science, but the powerful sacrificing themselves for the powerless is not something you can recreate in a lab. Okay. Biology speaks to an entire study. Biology does not speak to what's possible and what isn't. For example, if you and I had a time machine and we went back, let's say 300 or 400 years to the time of Isaac Newton. And he explained to us about gravity, what goes up must come down, the whole Newtonian world. If you and I, with what we now know relative to quantum physics, right, showed up, he would say everything we're talking about is crazy. Quantum entanglement, for example, right? Einstein, even though he saw the evidence, was like, nah, quantum entanglement can't be real. That's spooky action at as a distance. You guys are talking woo-woo stuff, right? So if if the special relativity guy struggled with quantum entanglement, what do you think would have happened if you went to a scientist during the age of Newton and told him about quantum entanglement? Right? He would say, that's crazy, it doesn't exist, yada, yada, yada. So your argument that the resurrection is disproved by biology does not work, because every scientist will tell you that this is what we know for now, but because we are not omniscient, we have to leave the door open, hence the variation between the Newtonian world and the world of special relativity, etc. So I don't think that's a particularly compelling argument, Barbara. What are your thoughts on Alex O'Connor? I think Alex O'Connor is brilliant, and if he is as good faith as he projects, that he will be a Christian in the next 1 to 3 years. Why do you have Qurans if you're a Christian? Just wondering. Well, when the second plane hit the tower, when they first came into class and they said a plane has hit the World Trade Center, and God strike me if I'm lying, the first thing I said was Bin Laden. And then we went into the resource room, and when the second plane hit, I was in Maine. My girlfriend at the time was in New York City. And my brother was also in New York. I actually lost an aunt that day on 9/11. And I just remember saying, like, okay, like, we're going to go kill a lot of people. A lot of people got to die over this shit. And so that's, you know, and then, you know, as the years goes on, like, you get in situations where it's very smart to understand these people's religion and what they're thinking and how their mindset works, etc. And so that started my journey into understanding Islam. Islam! Do you think God is fact or belief? God is ultimate reality. There is a sense in which I believe God is the only fact. What is your opinion on trespassing, abandoned buildings, caves, rooftops? I'm an explorer. I'm not hurting anybody, but most is illegal. I guess my question about God. Jesus in the Bible talked about the weightier matters of the law, which would be justice, peace, mercy, those types of things. And he rebuked the Pharisees for majoring on the minors. However, he says you should have done the latter without abandoning the former. So what I will say is trespassing on those things are not as bad as other things, but you shouldn't do it. If there's a law, there's a reason there's a law. But are you the worst person on the planet from doing it for exploring? I don't think so. And a case could be made that it's kind of selfish to ban people from property that God made. And I mean, there's a lot of things there. Look, there's worse things you could do in your life is what I'm saying. My only thing is I don't want a phone call where I got to call and bail you out of jail because you're doing, you know, trespassing or something. But it is what it is. It is interesting that some people have this need to argue people's belief. I believe we listen more. There are good lessons to learn in the Bible, regardless what your beliefs are. I just think it's all part of everybody's journey. You know what I'm saying? Like, some people are very, very curious, like I was, like Barbara seems to be, and other people are more, hey, you know, it's all good. When people suggested that Trump was the Antichrist in the first term, you suggested those people were overreacting. Are people still overreacting? Well, the reason that I said that is because my understanding of the Antichrist is a lot different from other people's. Other people look at the Antichrist as like the most like ultimately evil person ever, yada, 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 yada. And so if you're coming with that presupposition about the Antichrist, I think people are overreacting. But if you're talking about a sly individual who can deceive people, who can get otherwise good people to go along with something that they don't necessarily agree with, if you're looking at the Antichrist from that perspective, then those two obviously would be the main candidates, because the people who embrace those two right now are embracing a caricature of who that person actually is. Yeah, but Barbara, you're not listening to the argument, right? Like I said, if you and I would have went back to the time of Isaac Newton and talked to physicists about quantum entanglement, they would tell you that it's not true and that it's spooky and child. I mean, literally, Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. We just had two people. Literally what happened, Barbara, this is actually really interesting because it teaches us something about the nature of belief and fact. Einstein was so against the obvious truth of quantum entanglement because that would be the end of local realism, that Einstein said, no, there are variables between the two particles that we are not seeing. So he invented an entire category called hidden variables. Okay, this is really fascinating. We were talking about like the hiddenness of God or whatever. Einstein comes up with hidden variables and says somebody down the line is going to figure out these hidden variables and solve this ridiculous problem. In 2022, we had one American and two Frenchmen ended up winning the Nobel Prize that year for proving without a shadow of a doubt that quantum entanglement is true and that there are no hidden variables. So Barbara, that's a perfect example that refutes your biology argument. And if you don't understand the argument, ask me for more clarity. But your response didn't touch the force of my argument at all. So please deal with that. What is your response towards the problem of evil? Do you think God is good for creating a reality where children suffer from cancer? Well, when you're talking about the problem of evil, I think the first thing to do is to define what good is. And in my worldview, the ultimate good is knowing God. The ultimate joy is knowing God. Our proximity to God is our proximity to goodness. Our separation from God is our separation from goodness. So ultimate goodness is not what happens with a human being in a moment in time. Ultimate goodness is being connected to God, fellowshipping with God, and enjoying Him forever, as our sages said. So when I put that in the context of human suffering, if the suffering leads me to a deeper knowledge of God, then that's an ultimately good thing. All of us know this, that in the world, there are certain goods that can only come through suffering. A diet is a certain kind of good, but it is a certain kind of suffering, though self-imposed. Exercise is for a certain good, but if you're looking at somebody in the middle of doing intense exercises, they do not look comfortable. I've had a lot of tragedy in my life. I lost my little brother, my baby brother, who I was supposed to protect and watch over. I lost him last April. My mom, I lost her a couple years ago. The friends I grew up playing baseball with died. One of them died while I was on the phone with them. So I haven't had more suffering than all the people in the world, but I've had enough. And what I could tell you is every single loss I've ever had, God found some way to meet me in a very, very special way. And so when I talk about suffering, I'm not talking from a theological ideology. I'm talking about I endured this. I lived this. This is my life. And I'm not saying that everything is great. I'm just saying that the depth to which I know God, especially nowadays when I look at other people, no disrespect, who don't have that belief in God and see how much worse everything is for them, the highest good for me is to know God. And there are some kinds of goods that we cannot get other than through suffering. So that's a good question and a sincere one, I believe. Vin, did you know someone was murdered in New York City on 9/11, but nobody knows who killed them since all the cops and the first responder were focused on the Twin Towers? I'm sure that happened in bunches. Folks are getting shot up every day where I was from, so yeah. For real. Good questions, guys. Good questions. Have you heard the story of Asclepius Apollodorus of Athens? Talked about when he studied in the Library of Alexandria. Interesting parallel with the blood from the left and right side. Scott, say that a different way. Isn't the Antichrist supposed to come out of the Middle East somewhere to be able to talk somewhat and be able to talk Putin and out of Ukraine in 10 minutes with his unbelievable charisma? Well, there's nothing in the Bible that says the Antichrist is coming out of the Middle East. Barbara says, that's just learning more about our natural world. Are you saying it's possible for a wooden cane to turn into a snake? Barbara, that's not an answer to my question. Come ask you again. If you and I would have went down to the times of Newton and tried to explain quantum entanglement to Isaac Newton, everybody would have said that we were crazy and that science, which would be Newtonian physics, contradicts our understanding of quantum entanglement, right? Because that would mean that local realism isn't true, and pretty much all of Newtonian physics presupposes as an axiom local realism. So please deal with that specific argument in context to the argument that you're making with me. Thank you. Hi, Vince. I want to work on my relationship with God. My problem is that I feel like I don't deserve him. That the first thought that comes to my mind when I just want to pray, and then I don't pray. Yeah, that's what we call spiritual warfare. And I think this is one of the things where if we think about God as God, those things happen. But if we think about God as Father, then they get relieved. In other words, when Jesus showed up, the term that he used most for God, very rarely would he say God. He'd say, my Father, my Father, my Father. And there's a reason for that. Because with gods, you do operate on merit. You do operate on what you deserve, right? That's a big thing right now. We don't want any DEI. We're going to do merit-based whatever. Okay, so gods relate to merit, but parents do not relate that way to their children. When my child was born, he did nothing to deserve being hugged and embraced. He did nothing to deserve his mother nursing him. He did nothing to deserve us getting him clothes and comfort and all the rest. He was just there. He didn't do. See, when you're a parent, you don't operate on deserve. You operate on love and closeness, and that's my child, right? And so, yes, if you're approaching God as God, then you're not worthy to talk to him. Don't even try. But if you approach God as Father, God's like, worthy? I've been waiting since you've been born to hear you talk. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the first things as a parent, right, that you're looking for is that what first you want as a parent, you just want your kid to recognize that you're there, to smile. You know, because they're just a blob for the first couple months, and then they start cognitively like putting shit together, and they, oh, hey, you, I like you, and the first thing you're looking for is a smile, and then when he starts cooing, you're like, you're obsessed, right? And then you're like, the kid says, yeah, and it's like, oh, he said dad, and everybody else is like, no, he didn't say dad at all, he just made a noise. But you know, the dad, he so desperately wants to be called father by this kid that he's making shit up in his head, right? That's God. So when you go to when you go to pray, if you're praying to a God who's like been judging you, and he's got the, you know, he's got the thing out and he's looking at every wrong thing you did, and like, here's this motherfucker coming to pray for me. Listen, can you believe this kid? Right? Like, obviously, like, shut it down. But if it's your Father, he has been shutting down heaven, calling all his friends around to look at you in your crib. And then the minute you look Godward and say, hey, God, he goes, oh, look, he just called me. He just said God, he just said it. And the angels are like, I mean, he just said what's up, but, you know, God's not hearing none of that. He's like, he said something to me. So once I had a kid and I understood that, it was over with after that. See what I'm saying? No matter what was going on, whether I was good, bad, whatever, I was going to him, right? And then as a parent, when your kid's being bad, that's when they're actually the closest to you. Sometimes the kid's acting up and, you know, they're breaking a rule. Like, yeah, they're breaking a rule, but you kind of get a skill as a parent, like they just want some attention. You just grab them and say, all right, let's go to the room and have a conversation. Let's have some one-on-one time. And so, yeah, man, if you look at God from that perspective, you're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. That's how I think about it. Looking back. What good message is there in a baby girl inheriting Tay-Sachs disease where her muscles turn to bone in agony and dying before age 4? Is this message how cruel God can be? No, the message is that we are in a fallen world and sin is truly horrible. That babies are valuable, and that we have a God, and this is one of the things that makes a Christian story unique. We have a God that came and took part in the ramifications of living in a sinful universe. He's not up there like The scripture says he became like us in all parts except for without sin, so he could be a merciful and faithful high priest. There's no other God on the market doing that. Hey, Vince, I want to work on my relationship with God. Oh, okay. So that was fear is the mind killer. Answered that question. Vin, it would have been so easy to start blaming God for the death of my brother. It wouldn't have done any good for the people around me. Yeah. I agree. Depending on how you define it. The girl I was talking about earlier has a physical ailment that heavily limits her diet, and if she has certain foods, she'll be hospitalized. She has stated multiple times that this is a blessing. Yeah, I mean, if you truly figure out that algorithm as to what God is doing in the situation, you will eventually start seeing that thing as a blessing. It's very, very hard to explain. The answer is we understand that scientific theories become anew and we learn more as time goes on. That doesn't mean that wooden canes turning into snakes is possible. Well, no. What it does mean, though, is that our understanding of how the world works from a human perspective is extremely limited, and that the universe is much stranger than we realize. It definitely isn't what we intuit. I'm sure if I were to quiz you, you still believe in local realism. I was talking to a PhD. He's an atheist dude, and me and him were about to do a debate. He said, "What do you want to debate on?" And I said, "I want to debate the faith claim that you guys have of physicalism, that matter came before consciousness." And he said, "Ha ha ha, sure." And I was like, "Okay, well." So then I said, okay, so let's talk about this in light of the death of local realism. He says, local realism is dead? What are you talking about? So I'm barely graduated. I had to send this guy a few articles, and after he got done reading the articles, he refused to debate me. So this is not, that answer is not as simple and prepackaged as you think it is. It's causing a serious problem. And I would ask you the same question, Barbara, because it seems to me that you're a physicalist, which means you believe somehow that that consciousness emerged from matter, which is the biggest faith claim that there is that is completely unprovable. So I would need you to answer that question. Have you ever had a formal debate with a Muslim? If not, would you? It wasn't a formal debate with a Muslim, but it was about 3 hours long. And my wife told me, you got to record this. You got to record this. I'm like, nah, he's got it. So we finished after 3 hours, and the guy deleted the video because he didn't do very well. There was another Muslim dude I was talking to, but the guy had a complete meltdown, and then his sidekick was saying, "You cannot reproduce this video. He threatened to sue me if we reproduce the video," all types of shit. So haven't had the opportunity to have a professional moderated debate with a Muslim. I had one with this dude that denied that Jesus was the Messiah in the Old Testament. I had a moderated debate about abortion. I had a moderated debate about sex work. It was tough finding debate partners, I got to tell you. I was in this atheist forum for a while because I wanted to test some things out in the debate space, and it was very, very difficult to get a debate partner on that forum. Do you think Islam teaches people to be aggressive rather than a Christian? I noticed chapter 6 in the Quran has some crazy stuff about hurting disbelievers. Well, Surah chapter 9 is actually the last revelation Muhammad got, and it's called the Ayah of the Sword, where it does talk about attacking people, killing unbelievers, and then having the Jews and Christians pay jizya until they're humiliated and feel themselves subdued. One of the last things Muhammad said was, I have been commanded to fight the people until they say there's no God but Allah, and that I am his messenger. And if they do these two things, then their blood and their property is safe. And so the last revelations that Muhammad got were extremely violent. And that's the reason why at the end of Muhammad's life, Islam became a colonial religion, where they were just sucking up land, sucking up territory. Muhammad unified the Arab Peninsula and then took advantage of the Rome-Persia conflict. So while the Romans and the Persians were stuck in their 100 Years' War, the Muslims were accumulating all this power in the Arab Peninsula because they had a unified Arab Peninsula. So that by the end of Muhammad's life, in the time of not really Abu Bakr, but Uthman, not Uthman. Uthman was 4, but the guy that came right after Abu Bakr, the name escapes me right. Umar ibn al-Khattab. During the time of Umar, you got to see Islamic colonialization, where they just expanded and basically took over the world from the Arab Peninsula. It's pretty interesting, fascinating discussion, for sure. The most convincing thing for me was when I was studying the Bible at IHOP and encountered multiple Christians all at once. They came up to me without knowing what I was doing. It just happened. What a coincidence that as I studied the Bible, multiple unrelated Christians came to my booth to talk to me about God. Yeah, that happens a lot. It happens a whole lot. Like, that's why I said, like, if you want to believe, if there's any part that you want to believe, you can easily believe in Christianity. And if you want to disbelieve, you can do that too. The Ottoman Empire came much later, but definitely Umar ibn al-Khattab set the tone for that, for sure. Now to my second question: what do I pray about? What do I say? Like, how do I start and end? Well, you do exactly what you would do if you were a kid, right? If you got in a fight with your girlfriend, tell God you got in a fight with your girlfriend. If you lost in Fortnite because you did something stupid, tell him that. I did this little mini Bible study with my kids, and it like really had an effect on them. It's a Latin term, coram Deo. And coram Deo just means before the face of God. In other words, having a kind of running conversation with God about the things that are important to you, that are funny to you. If you had an AI assistant, you used to watch these sci-fi movies where like you'd have an AI assistant, and then like they'd be holograms, and so they're walking around all the time, or they'd be in your earpiece and you're talking to them and all that. Like, if you engage God that way, that counts as prayer. And that's a lot of my prayer life, is sort of like this awareness that he's there, and this sort of bouncing everything off of him. And that counts as prayer. If you had a father or a best friend that was following you around all the time, not like interrupting your life, but was there all the time to talk to you and things like that, that is just, in the dimension that God inhabits, the thing that in this dimension we call prayer is just hanging out over there, right? That's all it is. There is a great old birch that I regularly visit and talk to and give gifts. I've learned a lot from her. Yeah, it's really interesting. I was listening to, I forgot the guy's name, but he's kind of like the grandfather of all the DMT stuff. And he was because there's the DMT, which is basically like the drug, right? And then there's a vine, and the vine that they add to the DMT functions as an MAO inhibitor. And what it does is it elongates your experience of the DMT. And so this guy's asking these native Brazilians, how did you guys know to add this vine to create that elongated effect? And their response was, the medicine told us. Their response was that the tree or the medicine, however you want to take it, isolated these two elements and told them to combine them for this experience. So people could say whatever they want, but that is kind of very strange how there are literally hundreds of millions of species of things over there in the Amazon rainforest and all the rest of it. For those people to get those two and have the specific cooking ceremony and all that stuff, I don't think it's crazy. Do you think that chapter makes Muslims act more aggressively toward Jews and Christians in person? It seems so wrong that it's written in the Quran. Look, I've said this a million times. If you want to be a peaceful person, there's stuff in the Quran to be a peaceful person. If you want to be a violent person, there's stuff in the Quran that'll help you be a violent person. Thankfully, the vast majority of Muslims do not focus on those passages. And you can even see in the Quran itself, during the time of the inscripturation of the Quran, it says things like, why do you love staying home and not jihad? It may be that you love something that is bad for you and hate something that is good for you. So even the people at the time were not big fans of, hey, let's go to war and just die and kill everybody and all that. And Muhammad had to come up with some verses to encourage the people to stay on task. So I think thankfully, our human disposition is that we do not want to be in a perpetual state of war all the time. And I'm glad for that, because if we were, we'd be fighting those people forever. Was Jesus a child trafficker? Mark 14 verse 51 makes me think so. Okay, let's check it out. Mark 14:51. Let's see if Jesus was a child trafficker. I've never heard that one before. Good night. Oh shit. You guys are so funny. Mark 14 verse 51. So this is Jesus getting jammed up. Jesus got jammed up by the Jews because it's his time to get crucified. And so here you go. Am I leading a rebellion, says Jesus, that you've come out with swords and clubs to capture me? Every day I was with you teaching in the temple courts, and you did not arrest me, but the scripture must be fulfilled. Verse 50. Then everyone deserted him and fled. Okay, so all Jesus's people deserted him and fled. Everybody that was in his party deserted him and fled. Okay, next verse, verse 51. A young man wearing nothing but a linen garment was following Jesus. When they seized him, he fled naked, leaving his garment behind. So this is a guy, a lot of people assume maybe this is John Mark himself, the guy that was actually writing the book. But no, that person was not part of Jesus's party. Good question. Unbelievable. And no, he wasn't with a naked boy. The young man saw a contingent of police coming to arrest somebody, and just like any young person, he followed along to see what was going on. He had a linen garment on, and when he turned tail to run, it fell, and that's why that happened. He was not walking around naked. The garment got taken from him by one of the soldiers as he was running for his life. Good question, though. Here you go. A young man wearing nothing but a linen garment was following Jesus. When they seized him, he fled naked, leaving his garment behind. And again, as we saw in verse 50, Jesus's party, they all broke out and left as soon as he got jammed up. They all deserted him. So this person was not part of Jesus's party. This person was a rando who saw what happened. He goes, nice try. Yeah, that was a nice try. Those are the things where, like, you're supposed to get triggered and, oh, how dare you say this about Jesus? Like, if you truly, truly believe this stuff, it is really, really hard to trigger somebody. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm supposed to get all emotional and crazy because Jesus is supposedly a child trafficker. You know what I mean? I'm supposed to be like, oh, how dare you? How could you say that? Gotta go then. Thanks for answering my questions. Thanks for asking them, Free Naturalist. I appreciate you. Why is it anti-Semitic to say that the Jews were involved in Jesus' death? It seems pretty clear that they were, but Jesus and his followers were Jews, so who cares? Yeah, I mean, the Bible holds them mainly responsible for it. So I think those folks have done a very, very good job of neutralizing any criticism of them. But yeah, it is what it is. I think the fact that it is written into the Quran about hurting people because they're not the same religion is proof that it's a fake God. Yeah, I mean, I agree, Chow. I think that well, here's the thing: the God of the Quran goes out of its way to let us know that it's not the God of the Bible. The God of the Quran says, "I don't have a son. Jesus never died on the cross, therefore he never rose from the dead, etc., etc., etc." Right? So the God. I'm not saying it. The Quran is going out of its way to say, well, we got two different gods we're dealing with here. Was Jesus circumcised? Is there some magic foreskin out there in the desert? Yeah, Jesus was circumcised on the 8th day as the law demanded. And there doesn't seem to be anything in Scripture about Jesus' body being magical. He had a regular body just like everybody else. The magical body, you could say, came at the resurrection. Prior to the resurrection, he didn't have a magical body. Remember, this is a guy who grew up, had a family business, was recognizable, and had recognizable parents. He was a regular dude. Thoughts on the Epic of Gilgamesh, in which stories predate the Hebrew Bible. The latter has stories similar to those in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Yeah, we had a Bible bookie. Kai and a couple of the others from the channel were in there, and we spent about 2 or 3 weeks, not just on the Epic of Gilgamesh, but also some of the Babylonian creation narratives. And we talked about the similarities and the differences. It is untrue to say that the Bible slavishly copies off of these texts. It's clear that the author of the scripture of Genesis, whether you take Mosaic authorship or Babylonian authorship, it's obvious that he was familiar with these works, with these positions, and then put things in there that clearly contradicted those other ideas. From a Christian perspective, if the Genesis story is true, which is all of us were together, all of us were with God, and then sin and all these things separated us, then you would expect there to be ancient religions that have similar but not exact stories. If the stories were exact, then they'd all follow the same religion. But if there's no similarity, if the Bible is the only book that mentions a global flood, well, then people would be saying, so this global flood happened and nobody recounts it? See what I'm saying? And so the Christian position is just to say, yeah, a lot of these ancient religions. By the way, there isn't a single that I know of human religion or human society in the ancient world that did not speak of a global flood. Whether it's China, the Americas, Egypt, Mesopotamia, all of them talk about a global flood. So that's just one example. I would say if there was a real story, then we should expect to see the surrounding areas, especially in the same time period. We should expect to see similarities in all those stories and then differences because one of them was the correct story. So that's how I look at it. Good question. Have you felt the spirit of Islam? Does it feel different to you? Hey, thanks, Jay. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. Shout out to San Diego. Gang, gang, gang. The spirit of Islam. I have experienced the extremes of Islam. The type of Islam that can motivate you to hurt people. I've been in that context. And the type of Islam that motivates you to knock on your neighbor's door and continuously feed them food until they're going to explode because you just got done Ramadan and everybody's celebrating. I've experienced that too. There's something very, very beautiful about the Islamic religion. I love the way that God gets invoked in normal discussion. So they'll say things like, yeah, tomorrow we're gonna play baseball, inshallah. Or they hit it. I remember playing basketball, my Somali friends. Somebody hits like a game-winning shot, or they hit a 3-point shot. They'll say, mashallah, when they're playing, and they do it without thinking. I love that. I think that's beautiful, and that's something that God tells us to do all the time, and it's not something that we do as a norm, but the Muslims do it as a norm. I think that's beautiful. So I think if you ask me if I've ever felt the spirit of Islam, I'd say that it's on a continuum. Barbara says, Vin, your position is as if we cannot tell to simply dismiss all evidence because we learn more and better information. It contradicts evidence that an ant can pick up a house, but dismiss it because scientific knowledge advances. No, what I'm saying is when you're trying to say that you have evidence that Jesus didn't rise from the dead because biology, what I'm saying is that does not work as a satisfactory argument if you cannot say that a resurrection is impossible. Furthermore, Barbara, you believe that life sprung from non-living organisms, right? Abiogenesis. You believe that matter preceded consciousness. So you have the bigger miracle than me. Jesus was a living person who already experienced the principle of life. All I'm saying is that the principle of life returned to him. You're saying that dead matter, which never experienced the principle of life, all of a sudden combusted and manifested not only life, but consciousness, which is what you have to believe if you're a physicalist, which you are. So you believe in the bigger miracle than me, right? Because you believe that life came from non-life and consciousness came from unconscious beings or entities. That's a bigger miracle than a living person who has the spirit of life return back to them. So you believe in the bigger miracle, not me. Do you think it's proof that Christianity is better God just by looking at how Christian countries are going well when Muslim countries are mostly in poverty and no good and they all want to come here? I would not take that too far. What I will say is that the Western world has gone to the moon and the Eastern world are still riding camels. And I do think that our prospective religions have a lot of influence on that. The corollary to that, though, is that we've also been the only segment of the world that has used atomic bombs. And so you can't say that we're superior to the Islamic world because we've got this tech if we use the tech for evil purposes. We find the building blocks of life, amino acids, on asteroids from dead space. That's evidence, but no verifiable evidence of any God. No, that is not. No. First of all, amino acids are building blocks of life here. That doesn't account for the entire universe. Number two, I'm not asking you about the building blocks of life. I'm asking you about the origin of the principle of life itself. As a materialist, you have to believe that life sprung from non-living matter and that consciousness sprung from unconscious matter. And all I'm saying is that is a way greater miracle than Jesus, a living being coming back to life. So you believe the greater miracle, not me. The things that you're defining as evidence are very, very shaky. I hate to tell you. I'm asking you about the origin of life. But the reason I think that Christianity has a better God is because there is no religion whose God has committed an act of love the way that the Christian God has. Right? So that's what I say to my Muslim friends. I'm like, you guys always say Allahu Akbar. And Allahu Akbar means God is the greatest. But the God of the Quran is outdone by any father or friend who takes a bullet for their guilty friend or son. Right? Laying your life down for an enemy or a friend is the greatest act of love and sacrifice. I think everybody can universally agree with that. And that's a situation in which humans would have Allah beat, because Allah never does that in the Quran. He does do that in the Bible, though. We see energy take new forms every day, including life, and no God's evident. Sorry, Barbara. I asked you a very specific question. You have to believe, if you're an atheist, in abiogenesis. You believe that life sprung spontaneously from dead matter. And what I'm saying is that's a way bigger belief than the principle of life left a person and then returned. So I'm asking you, since you're saying that science, so the resurrection can't happen and you have evidence, then how in the world did life and consciousness happen in the first place from your worldview, considering all you start with is material? Please answer that question directly. Have you noticed that most Arabs are just more aggressive, hot-headed people compared to other races? That's not really true. I've dealt with a lot of Arabs. There is a big primer on dignity, actually, in Arabian culture. We look like barbarians to them. The way we talk to each other, things like that, look like barbarians to them. So I wouldn't say that. There are certain cultures that are more warm culture, where it's more, you're more allowed to be expressive. Like, for example, in Morocco, if you're in the market or whatever and you're not yelling, they look at it like you don't really believe what you're saying. That's not a racial thing. That's a cultural thing. So I look at it that way. I have to go from what I see. We see energy take new forms every day. Do we see gods? Barbara, you do not see life spontaneously emerging from non-living things. Nobody has, Barbara. Nobody has seen life come from anything other than a living creature. Nobody has seen consciousness come from anything other than a conscious being. But since you're a materialist, you have to believe that both came from dead matter. And all I'm saying is that is a bigger miracle than the resurrection. Because the resurrection says this person had the principle of life, it left them, it returned. That's absolutely a miracle, but it's not as big of a miracle as there was no such thing as life at all. There was just material, and then somehow, billions of years ago, this material sprung life, and then somehow this material also sprung consciousness. We have the best minds on the planet working 24/7 on AI, and we still can't get AI to be actually conscious. But you believe somehow that out of nowhere, and we don't know when, consciousness sprung up out of nowhere with nobody superintending or directing it. That's what you believe. Okay, you can believe that if you'd like. All I'm saying is that is a big faith that you have, and I don't have faith that big. That's huge, huge faith, and I just can't do it. Can't go there. Vin, should I vote for Kamala Harris to be the California governor in 2028? Listen, bruh. If it's between that and who's the pretty Gavin Newsom, it's between him and her and Gavin Newsom. I mean, I don't know. Is she gonna do better than Gavin Newsom did on the fires? I don't know, bro. I mean, that's pretty crazy. That's insane. The entire universe is natural and physical and material. That is our observable, testable evidence. If anyone can demonstrate a supernature, then we can change our knowledge base. Ridiculous. First of all, Barbara, God bless you, but we don't have, we can only observe like a half of a tenth of a percent of the universe. The idea that the entire universe is natural, physical, and material is your assumption. You're assuming that. We don't even know what's at the bottom of the ocean, ma'am. So I don't know how you could be speaking about the entire universe. But aside from that, please deal with what I'm saying directly. You believe that matter somehow combusted and got life and consciousness from nowhere, which we have never seen. We have never seen a living being that was not preceded by another living being. We've never seen a conscious being that wasn't preceded by another conscious being. So you who believe that life and consciousness originated from a rock, have a lot more faith than me, who believes that life and consciousness returned to a person that previously had it. That's what I'm saying. Please deal with that directly. Thank you. Seems like Lebanese people are aggressive. Might be different in your area. I don't know. Again, these are cultural things. Remember, these people were aggressive and killing each other long before Islam came about. As a matter of fact, Islam came and actually brought a lot of peace and order to the Arab Peninsula. I'm just being honest with you. They were in constant and consistent war and strife and all the rest of it. Islam came and unified them and brought a lot of peace to that area. In 2003, German archaeologists believed they found the tomb of Gilgamesh in Iraq. This was one of the theories of why the U.S. was really in Iraq to try to keep the finding hidden. Yeah, I heard that. I don't know why we would go through all that work to hide the tomb of Gilgamesh. It makes no sense to me. Kamala would be better on wildfires since she helped provide the firefighters. I see what you did there. That was good. I was actually thinking about that too. Vin, do you believe that God tests us? If so, why would he do that? Clearly, he knows our souls and our hearts, so there shouldn't be a need to challenge our faith through suffering and other things. Yes and no. When you say clearly he knows our souls and hearts, the biblical understanding of knowing is not just psychological. Let me give you an example. In Genesis chapter 4, it says, Adam knew his wife Eve, and she conceived. Okay, so he knew her, and out of that knowledge came conception. Okay, that is an experiential knowledge, right? It's not saying he knew who Eve was. What he's saying is he and Eve had an experience where they knew each other at that level. You know what they call carnal knowledge? And so, for example, when God tests Abraham, and he says, now I know that you fear God, because you were gonna sacrifice your son, your only son, right? So God says that to Abraham when he tests him with Isaac. He says, now I know, right? I don't think God was saying, I had no idea you were gonna do that. I think he was saying it in the Genesis 4 sense. I think he was saying, now I've gotten to experience in time your faith and trust in me. And I that experience was precious to me. So when we get tested to show us where we really are, because a lot of times we think we're ahead of places when we're really not. But it's also in order for God to experience in time and space the love, the little bit of love that we do have for him, and he enjoys that. So that's how I'd answer that question. You are correct. But to use your previous analogy of metaphysics, our learning how life began may come. But a God, when we investigate a God, we can believe, does this God know that our inability to detect any gods presents a problem? Why doesn't this God speak to all 8 billion people to clear up the confusion? It's a God of confusion, which contradicts the Bible claim. No, Barbara, it's not, because if you have enough faith to be willing to believe in something as contradictory as materialism, where you have life and consciousness springing from non-living, non-conscious things, even though you've never seen such a thing ever, if you have enough faith for that, then your complaint that there isn't enough evidence for God seems really, really hollow, right? That seems like a really hollow complaint after you concede that point. Question: why did God tell Abraham to kill his own son? There's lots of reasons God told Abraham to kill his own son. One of them was the entire strategy of the book of Genesis is to convince people to believe God. So in Acts 15, in Genesis 15, Abraham says, listen, I'm old, my wife is old, and I'm not going to have any descendants. And God says, I already told you you're going to have descendants. Look outside, look at the stars. Your descendants are going to be like that. And then it says something very interesting. It says, Abraham believed God, and it was credited to him as righteousness. Okay? So the way to be righteous is to believe in God's promises. Great. And then you follow Abraham through his life. And this is one of the reasons I know the Bible is truly the Word of God. Because Abraham is the hero to us, to Muslims, to Jews, right? And do we see Abraham going around as this big guy full of faith? No. He goes to Egypt and he tells his wife, listen, and this is before they have their child. He says, listen, you're a very beautiful woman and we are foreigners in this land and there's no police force. So when people ask you what our relationship is, tell them that we're brother and sister. So he does that because he's terrified, and this results in his wife getting snatched up by the king of the land, and then Jesus has to show up and threaten to kill the guy for her to get released. And so all through Genesis, you're seeing Abraham be completely doubtful, fearful. He doesn't make wise decisions. He doesn't make decisions based on faith. As a matter of fact, every single time Abraham gets tested, he fails in his faith. The sacrifice of Isaac is the one time that Genesis 15 got fulfilled, where it says Abraham believed God, it was credited him as righteousness. We finally see the fulfillment of that when he was willing to sacrifice Isaac. Because remember, the entire promise was, you're going to have a son, right? If he would have believed that promise, he wouldn't have sold out his wife and wouldn't have done all the other shit that he did if he would have just believed. But he never really did. And so the sacrifice of Isaac is there to say, this is what full, mature faith looks like, that you value God over everything in your life, including your son. That's number one. Number two, God knew that he was not going to have Isaac killed. But as I said in the previous response, God loved he enjoyed the moment in space and time where he was able to experience Abraham valuing him over his son. Number three, it was never in God's purpose to kill Isaac, and we know that because God supplied a ram, and so God said, don't hurt the child, sacrifice the lamb, etc. Which, by the way, a lot of Christian thinkers believe that the same mountain that Isaac went up on was then climbed up about 1,500 years later by another son named Jesus of Nazareth. And in that situation, nobody stopped God from sacrificing his son. So the sacrifice of Isaac is there to demonstrate in the Old Testament perspective. You grew up with Isaac, you've seen him develop in all this, you're rooting for him, and then if, let's say you never know the story, now it comes, Isaac has to die, this is terrible. And what's supposed to happen is you're supposed to feel all that pain and all that emotion, and then you feel the relief when God says, you don't have to do it. But then, when you read the New Testament, it's very similar. Isaac is carrying the wood of his own sacrifice up the hill, so is Jesus. Isaac is called Abraham's one and only son, which, by the way, Abraham already had a son named Ishmael. So, when Genesis says that Isaac is Abraham's only son, that's pointing to John 3:16. It is not completely accurate to Abraham's actual situation. But God is putting that in there to point you to John 3:16. So it's his only son, and his son is carrying up the wood voluntarily to the place of his execution. What do you have with Jesus? The only son, even though God has other sons, but he's called the only son. He's carrying his own wood, the wood of his execution. The difference is nobody stopped God from sacrificing his son the way that Abraham was stopped to sacrifice Isaac. So the sacrifice of Isaac episode in the scripture is also there so that we can have an understanding of what God the Father was going through as Jesus was being crucified. Good question. All I see is materialism in all our investigations. Every answer has resulted in natural explanations, never anything supernatural. Superstition after superstition has been debunked. Can't blame us for going by the evidence. Natural explanations have replaced superstitious explanation over and over again. This gives us good reason to have faith in naturalism. Okay, that's a nice Google search that you did and copied and pasted. Okay, but to conflate naturalism, materialism with fact is a problem. That is a faith claim. You have never seen materialism demonstrated once in your life. You've never seen a demonstration that matter preceded all this stuff. These are all axiomatic assumptions that you have to assume. There hasn't been a single scientist on the planet that has ever proved materialism. So when you say it's all we've observed, that's untrue. We haven't even observed all of what's beneath the oceans, man. CP has received the blood from the Gorgon, left side for the damnation of humanity, right side salvation of humanity. Do you think this is similar to a Bible story? Not really. Not really. Barbara, you have no evidence that consciousness emerged from dead matter. That's a religious claim. There's not even any way for you to prove that, right? Because it happened, 14.6 billion years ago? You can't even prove that. That's a faith claim that you have to hold to. Do you agree that there is more than one God out there? Well, it depends on how you define God. If you're talking about the ultimate supernatural being who's the uncause, first cause, the unmoved mover, if you're talking about that God, no, there's only one God. But if you're talking about powerful entities from another dimension who have authority and power in this dimension, absolutely, there are millions of gods out there. And no, there's no natural explanation, Barbara, for consciousness or life. There are none. Furthermore, I don't believe in the dichotomy of supernatural. Supernatural is not a word that I use. I don't believe in the supernatural. Like supernatural would be consciousness emerging out of dead matter. You know, like, in the fairy tales you used to read, and the lady used to look in the mirror, mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the greatest of them all, and then the inanimate object would start talking back to her? That's your position. Your position is that somehow consciousness can emerge out of dead matter. And I don't have that kind of faith. What materials did God create the world out of? If it's out of nothing, doesn't the same problem still exist? Something from nothing? Yeah, Randy, I don't believe that God created out of nothing. I don't believe that there was ever nothing. 0 plus 0 is always going to equal 0. So I don't believe that God created the world from nothing, because he was there. Good question, though. Vin, will you repent for your belief that LeBron is the GOAT? I will not repent of that belief because it's true. He's the GOAT. Brady's the GOAT of football, and he always will be, and LeBron is the GOAT of basketball. I understand that Michael won 6 out of 6, but if I'm looking at this dude's dominance of the sport since the first day he played to 20 years later, still being a top 10 player, there's just nobody on the planet that can say that. I'm sorry. It's got to be LeBron. Do you think the Islamic God is just one of them random gods out there trying to deceive himself as a father and creator? I think that the God or gods that make up the Islamic religion are some very powerful principalities. I don't think he was a rando demon. I think that he was a very, very powerful demon, or a very powerful confederation of demons, is what I think. Yeah, this sounds like some Ouija board stuff. Correct. What atheists are telling us about the origin of life and consciousness is Ouija board stuff. Like somehow this consciousness and will is emerging from material. As long as there is no God evident to exist, divine hiddenness will be an insurmountable problem for theism. It's just a claim, and one without verifiable evidence we have no good reason to believe. The natural explanations will suddenly cease, but a God could change all that. Good talk, gotta go. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I appreciate all your copy and paste rebuttals, but I would just say, ask these questions genuinely, and genuinely look at the answers. It seems to me, Barbara, that your function here is to do your best to maintain your unbelief, which God gives you that liberty. If you don't want to believe in him, you want to live your life your way, go for it. So Islam is demonic, without question. In 1 John, John says, who's the Antichrist? He says the Antichrist is the one who defies the Father and the Son. And Islam explicitly denies that. It denies the sonship of Christ, and therefore denies the fatherhood of God. So it is an Antichrist religion. So is Judaism, obviously. All that exists lives, and all that lives is worthy of respect. I agree. Yeah. Everything that lives is worthy of respect and honor. I agree. If that's the case, there was always consciousness and life in the universe. We have no way of proving it. Well, we do have a way of proving that consciousness and life must be eternal, because we know that consciousness and life can only come from other conscious and living beings. And since we have conscious and life in this continuum, it must have originated somewhere. But since you can only have life from life, that life must have been eternal, and that consciousness must have been eternal. So you can deduce from the laws of logic that life and consciousness must be eternal. Alex says, I am agnostic. When I was younger, I used to argue about religion and science, but now I'm just appreciating Christianity as a cultural phenomenon and historic belief of my ancestors. Well, that's nice, Alex. And I do think that that's a historical fact and a wise thing to do. But I also think that you ought to challenge yourself to step into that, because there is a reason that the culture that your ancestors built is the most prosperous and advanced and humane culture that the world has ever seen. There's a reason for that. And I think that's something you should explore. Do you think it's bad having a Quran at your house? No, I don't think it's bad to have a Quran at your house. Because I've had Qurans in my house, and I've made sure to respect it the way that my Muslim friends tell me to respect it. In Acts chapter 17, Paul quoted off memory pagan poetry and pagan authors. We have to be familiarized with other people's religion to show them that respect if we're going to talk about it. That's my view. Creation ex nihilo doesn't have this problem because it doesn't entail God, use prime matter, but that God created. God's power alone is sufficient. Yeah, Angel Sin. Hey, I know who you are. What's up, homie? You gotta text me more, baby. For real, for real. But yes, Islam, I would say, is demonic and is uniquely antichrist. Whatever principality or power or group of demons that was part of the invention of Islam, the spirit of Antichrist was running top to bottom through the veins of that demon, for sure. All right, guys, let me see. We got a 5-minute warning here. 5-minute warning. You guys have been, man, look, we've been at this for 2.5 hours, guys. It's insane. Absolutely insane. That's true, though. The new NBA, I'm not going to lie to you, does blow the whistle every 2 seconds. Everybody's like, yeah, if Jordan was around, he'd kill it because look how lax the rules are. But what people are not understanding is that would also tire Jordan out a lot easier too, because he would have had to work harder on defense, because he would have to now contend with LeBron James, and he wouldn't be able to do all that fouling and hand checking that he does to stop big players. So that's what nobody ever talks about. Nobody ever thinks to themselves like, well, wouldn't Jordan struggle with the new rules himself relative to defense? Because his defense, him and Scottie Pippen's defense, was a big part of their game. And so, yeah, it would be easier for him to score, but it would also be easier for other people to score too, and he'd have to play defense. I mean, he'd have to deal with Steph Curry. And I don't care what people say. Playing by the new rules with Steph Curry, Steph is going to get 20 points a game regardless. So, you know, anybody that says that, oh, it's easier when LeBron is playing, like, I agree, but then you also have to play defense that way. It's the same thing I say about cornerbacks in the NFL right now. If you're a good cornerback in the NFL, in the era where you can't touch the quarterback and you can't harm a receiver, and you're a good cornerback in this NFL, I think you're one of the greatest of all time, because the game is so biased toward, you know, receivers and quarterbacks, because it's more exciting, obviously. Islam denies that God is a father to anyone. In Islam, the closest you get is a slave to a master. Correct. And that's why I say, like, it's an antichrist religion. I'm not saying that like out of any emotion. I'm saying that because of what the Bible says about how to define an antichrist spirit. And there's definitely spirit of antichrist running deeply through the Islamic religion. Only Talmudic Judaism, I would say, is more antichrist. Who is a Jewish God? If it's not the same as a Christian, do you think it's demonic also? Well, remember, especially Talmudic Judaism does not limit itself to the Bible. If they would limit themselves to the Bible, they would be Christian. The Talmud and all their other sages and things like that have basically hijacked the religion, so it's no longer the religion of Moses. So whatever collection of principalities and powers that are running those people, it's very clear, especially you can read Wars of the Jews, that the entire city of Jerusalem was inhabited by very strong demons and principalities. That's obvious. Religion is a man-made special social construct designed to separate and control people. I mean, again, you would have to be almost omniscient, because when you say designed to separate and control people, now you have motive and intention. And with all the thousands of religions in the world, you would have to say that you understand the motive and intention of each progenitor of that religion, which is impossible to do. I think that control over society is an aspect of religion, but everybody believes that at some level society needs to be controlled. That's why we have police forces. But I think it's really reductionistic to say that those are the only two reasons that we have religion. What's up, Chuck? Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed the earlier NFL. I think the whole thing that happened with the Chiefs for the last couple years with the officials got to be so egregious that, you know, you saw what happened in the Super Bowl. The first call was ridiculous. Then there was another ridiculous makeup call, and then after that, the refs kind of held their whistle. But yeah, I mean, obviously, I definitely love the old school football and the old school basketball. I love having LeBron. I loved having Tom around for as long as they were both there. But, you know, to be honest with you, like, I don't think that's actually the natural progression of where sports is supposed to be. And I think that Tom and LeBron have kind of, like, shifted people's mentality so much that they'll look at an Aaron Rodgers and be like, oh, man, Aaron Rodgers is washed up, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, I mean, the guy's almost 40 years old. You know, back in the day, once you started hitting your 30s, like early 30s, it was over for you. You know what I'm saying? But because of Brady and LeBron, we're just expecting these guys to play into their 40s. You know what I'm saying? And that's not really what happens. They put the Talmud and the Mishnah and their sages above the Bible. Yeah, they absolutely do. They absolutely do. Being labeled God's chosen people and having a victim complex makes for a dangerous combo. Just look around the Israel-Palestine. It's makes me sad for my people and how they think. Yeah. Thankfully, that's not the majority report among your folks. You know what I mean? It's demonic when they stretch forth their hands in prayer, as St. Basil says. They only remind God of their sins against his son and make manifest that they are stained with his blood. I mean, look, they don't mince any words about it, right? They don't mince any words about what they think about Jesus, and I'm not going to mince any words about what the scriptures say about people who hold to that ideology. My own thing is that we're not going to come and say all Jews believe this, because the first people who were Christians were all Jewish, and the first debate in the nascent Jewish church was whether or not Gentiles were allowed to come in as Gentiles. Okay, so, but yeah, there's no question in the scripture that the people being held responsible for the death of Christ, in the main, were the Jews at that time, who also called down judgment on themselves, which God answered in AD 70. If God didn't have to create it and just organize it, what's the issue with the atheist argument for abiogenesis? From what little I've heard, supposedly they observe an amino acid natural occurrence, thus protein, etc. Well, abiogenesis is a stand-in term that they use to speak of the idea that life could spontaneously come from a non-living organism, but they have nothing. They have just as much now as when they started trying to find the origin of life and consciousness. Amino acids are not going to get you consciousness. So that's the issue. If we say that God kickstarted abiogenesis, fine. Even the Muller-Ray experiments, which I think are supposed to prove abiogenesis, prove when you purposely try to mix all these things together, you have a shot at it. But even then, it didn't prove what they wanted it to prove. So my only point was, for somebody to believe in abiogenesis but then deny the resurrection is what I'm saying is logically inconsistent, because abiogenesis is a greater miracle than a resurrection. Abiogenesis means that there was no principle of life anywhere in the universe and then it spontaneously shot up. Same thing with consciousness. Resurrection is the principle of life was in this being, it left this being, and it returned. That's a miracle. I agree, but it's nowhere near the kind of miracle that abiogenesis is. So I was talking to somebody who was saying they didn't believe in miracles, they didn't believe in faith, they believed in science and proof, and yet they held to that position, and so that's where the contradiction came in. Good question, though. Good question. Do you think meditation like breath work is worshiping a god? I think worship has to do with your intentionality. And so if you're sitting there doing a breathing exercise and you're thinking about God, you know, Rob Bell has this video. I mean, it's not necessarily truth, but he's got this video where he says the name God is like the sound of breathing. Yahweh. Okay? If you're doing that while you're doing your deep breathing exercise, if you take your yoga thing for 30 minutes and directed Godward, that counts as a prayer from my reading of scripture. Is a Taco Bell bathroom the work of God or Satan? Well, I would say it's unquestioned. Even atheists know that Taco Bell itself is a tool of Satan, and so the bathroom would then just be a unfortunate consequence of that. Why did God create hermaphrodite animals like snails that have both male and female organs? I have no idea. I have no idea why he did that. Then, thoughts on the Jewish dude that shot the Israeli tourists he thought were Palestinians as happened in Miami. I think since October 7th, there has been a decisive shift in the zeitgeist. And I think those people are reacting to that decisive shift. It appears to me that they don't want to live in a world. There are people like this in the world. They don't want to live in a world where they don't have complete control over the narrative, among other things. Vin, would you be a Jedi or a Sith? Oh, this is easy. I'd have been a Sith for sure. Right? Because only the Sith speak in absolutes. And I speak in lots of absolutes. So I would definitely be Sith. For sure. For sure. For sure. For sure. That's a good... nobody's ever asked me that one before. But there it is. There's your answer. There's your answer, dear listener. That's a crazy question. That's a very good question you asked me there, brother. Brother man. Brother man. Doesn't conscious agents theory give consciousness to non-living things? Yes. Conscious agents theory does give consciousness to non-living things. However, they don't start with the premise that matter is fundamental. They start with the premise that consciousness is fundamental. And obviously, as a Christian, I'm going to say that consciousness is fundamental because in the beginning was the Word, right? So that fits very nicely with our ideology and your ideology. It does not fit very well with the current materialist ideology. User 81 says, I asked because the Bible is very specific on what the differences are between male and female, but then animals are both. Well, in the Bible, human beings and animals are in a completely separate category. Animals are never spoken of as being in the image of God, right? So we also have animals that eat their own young or whatever, right? So, yeah, that's how I'd answer that question. Miss our talks. I'd really like to talk to you too. You know, I was about to load up the boogie this week. Tell everybody that I'm I'm pretty sure we're gonna be in Boogie Town pretty soon here. Big homie. Thanks for telling me about the meditation and breathwork thing. Yeah, I mean, what I would say is a lot of these spiritual practices that people are calling demonic, I just say, listen, God is the originator, Satan is the imposter, right? So if there's any practice that has any objective physical or emotional or spiritual good, it originated with God. If bad entities come and try to replicate that, that doesn't make the thing in itself evil. So the scripture tells you all the time to meditate on the law of the Lord. And we're not just talking about the rules. We're talking about, you know, one of my practices, I take one scripture, one line that hits me, right? And I'll just get in the quiet and just dwell on that and get lost on that and hang out there for a while. And it stays with you. So like practices of meditation and things of that nature, like we don't need to be afraid of them. Anything that's of any spiritual good belong to us first, right? And so I take all those practices as reclamation projects, actually. We're reclaiming something that truly has been our birthright since the beginning. And we should not let fear or the judgmentalism of other people or people who are not comfortable with the way that we practice and the way that we relate to God. We should not let those people dictate to us how we're going to engage with the divine, is what I say. So I never let any of that stuff trouble me too much. I love animals. I tried being a vegetarian in 2019. So I did too. But the lack of protein screwed up my body and gave me a need. Yeah, I know. I saw somebody who was talking about how healthy they were. They were like a religious, almost, what do you call that? Vegan. And like she was skinny as a twig. I felt like she stepped outside, the wind would send her up in the air like a kite. See what I'm saying? Do you think keeping Ukraine out of peace talks with Russia was a good idea? Seems like it's created heated friction with allied countries. I was never a big fan of the whole supporting Ukraine thing and elongating that proxy war. So the sooner we get out of there, the better, in my opinion. But, I mean, I just think, like, as a man, it's like completely disrespectful to have this conversation, and the guy whose country was invaded for whatever reason doesn't get to take part in the discussion. Like, it's just disrespectful, and I don't know why we have to be disrespectful. I'm not a fan of Zelensky. I don't like him, but to me, this is like, what are we doing here? Like, I think that's crazy. But, you know, Trump, you know the deal with him already. Like, he doesn't care what you and I think about anything. So, but yeah, like, I just look at that as like real straight up disrespect, and I just think that it's just a terrible message, in my opinion, to send. I do believe that you could easily argue for you know, them having a case, the Russians having a case. You could definitely argue for that, but at the same time, I'm like, the guy's an obvious stakeholder in the decision making. Like, I don't even do that with my kids. Like, if something's going on or whatever and we got to negotiate, like, if they're involved, they get involved, and they have a stake. If they have a stake in the game, we're gonna engage it as such. Just because they're kids doesn't mean that we don't have to respect them. And so, like, to me, it's like, why, you know, it's just completely disrespectful. And not only disrespectful to Zelensky, but it is disrespectful to all the Ukrainian men who died on the battlefield trying to protect their country. And I understand that a lot of them didn't do it voluntarily because they were snatched up. But I just, for me, I struggle with treating them like that. I just think it's disrespectful. I think it's disrespectful to their dead. I want the conflict done as soon as possible. And I don't imagine that if Trump was there with Putin saying, listen, you're not going to get any help, this is what's going on, I doubt very highly that Zelensky would push back because he has no leverage. But at least you get to, I mean, if you got to think about this, like, as a Ukrainian, like, psychologically, you have to give people their dignity as they're surrendering. You know, this was part of it. Like, back in the day, there'd be a little procession, a little ceremony. The guy would give up his sword, and then you were able to, you know, restore their dignity in the act of surrender. But this is kind of like a, you know, on the stage of the world, you know, it's just bad. It's, in my opinion, it's bad. I think there's a way to, like, disengage from these conflicts and while leaving people's national dignity intact. And if a person says, who cares about national dignity? Well, look what happened in Germany after the Treaty of Versailles. So I think that creates problems that you have to pay for later on in the future. Ukraine should have seen that the USA didn't care about them since day one. How many politicians said flight? Yeah, I mean, I agree, but at the same time, Americans don't understand. Like, if we tell somebody, yeah, go ahead, have this conflict with Russia, they're going to do it. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't necessarily feel bad for Zelensky as much as I feel bad for the people that Zelensky is supposed to represent, as well as those soldiers who ended up dying when we knew, you know, I talked about this for years. Like, we knew that this was going to be the way that it ended. We knew that. So, I just think it's terrible. Trump is really good at disrespecting allies and being friendly to dictators. I mean, I'm glad he's friendly to dictators. I'm glad that Tulsi talks to these people. I think if a person grows up in conflict environments, they have different interpretations of what Trump and Tulsi are doing. So I grew up we're at war all the time. Okay, so in the Bronx, it's Bloods, it's Crips, it's Valley Mob, it's the Nietas, it's the Latin Kings, and it's really complex to navigate all those situations. And so you start figuring out, this guy's the leader of this group, this guy's the leader of that group, and you start figuring out, if I, as a leader of my group or gang, I was never a gangster, never. But if I, as a leader of my group, could reason with the leader of that group, whatever they are, whatever they've done, if I can reason with that guy, the chances of all my friends getting home safe, or the chances of my friends getting home without getting jammed up by police because they shot somebody, or the chances of my friends calling an ambulance because somebody got shot, if I can talk to the leader of the other side, then the chances of that happening decreases exponentially. If you've come up in an environment where there's constant war and conflict, you begin to value those things. If you don't come in from an environment where there's constant war and conflict, you don't understand why a Trump would cozy up to a Putin, or why a Tulsi would cozy up to Bashar al-Assad. There are very good reasons for it. And so I don't expect people who did not grow up in a war-torn environment to understand that. But me personally, I'm very glad that Trump talks to Kim Jong-un, he talks to Putin, he talks to, and I also would say there's a vast difference in the psychology of Kim Jong-un and Putin, etc. Vin, you called it day one. I did call it day one. And that doesn't make me a prophet. Anybody that's familiar with warfare and war fighting and history knew that this is the way it was going to end. Because everybody knew that we were not going to go nuclear with Russia. We were never going to go there. Everybody knew that. The minute we didn't send any F-15s or whatever when they were asking for air support indicates very clearly we had no commitment to the Ukrainians winning this war. We just wanted to sanction the hell out of the Russians and destroy their economy, which we kind of did, and keep them in a state of absolute warfare so that they will end up being the heel on the global stage, which they were. And it also gave us the excuse to destroy Nord Stream 2, which all of us were worried about even before we blew it up. Trump was going around in Germany threatening the Germans about Nord Stream 2 while he was in the pocket of the Russians. But that whole conflict now gave us the right to go and destroy Nord Stream 2 because it was like, hey, maybe Putin did it, maybe, you know, or maybe the Ukrainians did it. It's like, there's only one group of people with the capacity to do that, and that's us, right? So, yeah, there's a lot of that stuff going on. My granddad had a best American mate in World War II, and his head got blown off standing next to him. His name was Paul. He named his son Paul, my uncle. Wow. That's crazy. Tulsi did it in secret. Yeah, I understand why she did it in secret, because anytime she tries to do diplomacy, the media goes crazy on her. Remember, Tulsi destroyed what's her face, Kamala, on the debate stage about her horrible criminal justice record, and literally the next debate, the DNC changed the rules as to who could participate in the debate. Tulsi hit the standard, and they still wouldn't let her go. So I completely understand why she would do that secretly. Would you move back to New York City, and do you miss it? No, I would never move back to New York City, and no, I do not miss it. I miss my friends, but there's a lot of bad stuff happened over there, and a lot of first times happened over there that I wish I could get rid of, but I can't. So no, I never want to go back there again. Is this a start? I'm not a Christian, but I like the general idea of it. However, I find myself liking more gentle figures such as the Virgin Mary rather than Jesus, who also has wrath. User 81, I think that's way good for a start. I would challenge you on the wrath of Jesus versus the wrath of Mary. I think that Jesus took a long trip to get us to get to know him. So at minimum, I would challenge you, the next step you should take is to commit to reading a book of the Bible straight through. And I would recommend to you the Gospel of John. Good start off though, for sure. Will RFK Jr. stalk me if I eat McDonald's? I gotta tell you, I'm not saying you do. Most of the media I listen to is far right. Far left. It's either far left or far right. Because I like looking at listening more to perspectives I disagree with than ones I agree with. And I'm not really understanding the RFK hate. I don't get it. I thought everybody was worried about our food and all those kinds of I thought everybody had an issue with that. I didn't think it was just RFK. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So New York City is a place you wouldn't want your kids to grow up or be around. Yeah, I specifically moved out of New York City so that I would not have children there. Children was the number one reason. I didn't want my kids to grow up the way that I did. I didn't want them to have to... I didn't have to do it. See, that's the other thing. I got to train myself language-wise. I did not have to do the things that I did. My brother went to the same school, had the same experiences and circumstances, and never did the things that I did. So, but yeah, I definitely did not want them over there for sure. He's a conspiracy theorist. I don't know who the conspiracy theorist is. Oh, RFK. I understand somebody being in the Kennedy family being a conspiracy theorist, considering that's where the term came from, because people were saying, regular American citizens were like, I'm not really buying this whole there was one shooter thing. So I guess, I'm not anytime I hear the term conspiracy theory now, I'm like, I don't know, bro. You know what I mean? We had Russiagate, we had COVIDgate, where the lab leak hypothesis was, we were told that if you believed in the lab leak hypothesis, you were a conspiracy theorist, you were crazy. The mask, the H1N1 mask, there were just so many things in the last couple years that the conspiracy theorists were proved right about, that I'm like, anytime I hear that phrase now I'm kind of looking at it screw-eyed. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean conspiracy theorist? We actually moved to Florida. So, that's where we live now. The great state of Florida. I used to live in the great state of Maine. But then we moved to Florida. All right, guys, 3 minutes, and then I'm out of here. Thank you guys for hanging out, by the way. It's been We did 3 hours already together. Imagine that at 4:30 in the morning. So 3 minutes. That's a couple more minutes to have some discussion. After this, I'm going to take a ride on my scooter. He was right about red dye. I'll give him 1 W. I think he's right about a lot of stuff. I mean, I don't know much about the what do you call it? The vaccine stuff. But apparently, you know, the Europeans aren't vaxxed as much as Americans are, and they're doing fine. So I'm assuming he's going to be publishing some stuff and talking some stuff. So I'm very interested to see that. This might be a dumb question, but why is it called gate? Why is gate put at the end of these little incidents? Yeah, so it's usually there to tell you about a political incident, because the first time a scandal like this happened, it was during the Nixon administration, and there is this hotel called the Watergate Hotel, and Nixon had planted some listening devices, basically, to listen in on what his opponents were saying during the campaign, which eventually led to his resignation. But yeah, so that happened at the Watergate Hotel. So anytime after that there was a political scandal, they would say the whatever gate, to you know, harken back to a major political scandal that resulted in the end of a presidency. So that's where the gate thing came from. How do you like it in Florida? I like it in Florida. I used to live here years ago. Sori loves it, you know, so it's kind of like I told myself, like, if I get her down here, then I'll have completed my life mission, because it's a place she could be happy in. Revo in the house. Revo, my brother, I love you, man, but I'm about to go. I've been here for 3 hours, bro. Where did you and Sori meet? What city? And did you birth your first child in New York City? First child was birthed in Maine. I met Sori in Maine at a Bible study. He's going after antidepressants first. What do you mean by going after? Like, what will happen to the antidepressants? This is the first time hearing this. What will happen with the antidepressants once the big homie gets his clutches on it? Yeah. And then it expanded to, you know, like the NFL Bounty Gate, Deflate Gate, you know. It's basically anytime there's a major scandal now that's like threatening your position somewhere, they call it blank gate. You know what I'm saying? All right, guys, we're down to triple zeros. We're down to triple zeros. So I'm gonna get out of here. Oh, user 81 says, before you leave, can you read my last comment? All right. In Revelations, we see the earth being destroyed in all sorts of ways, but it was written in ancient times. Nowadays, people like astronauts can go outside of Earth. So would they just skip over all of that? What do you mean by skip over all of that? Secondly, I don't think that Revelation is actually describing the world as in the entire globe. I think a lot of Revelation is actually about the destruction of Jerusalem between 67 and 70 AD. This is what I believe. Revo still hasn't been to Florida. If you're going to Florida, Revo, you got to tell us, man. There's no way you can go to Florida and not tell us. We got to hook up. User 81, ask that question a different way. From personal experience, antidepressants increase my symptoms. I'd like to see them tested more for safety. Yeah. I will say, when I was, you know, I told you guys my background. When I was hospitalized, the antidepressants helped for a short period of time. So, I don't have enough education to say yay or nay. I can just tell you my personal experience. Your kids are probably very interested in New York City, having a father from that area. Is that true? I don't think so. They don't seem very interested in New York City, especially after they hear, like, the kind of life I had. Like, I was very intentional about the way I raised the kids, and so they're not, they don't seem very interested in New York City, thankfully. It's not a bad place, it's just a bad place to live if you're not incredibly affluent. Because there's great places, like there's places in Manhattan, there's places in Queens, there's really good places to live, but if you can't afford that area, and we couldn't at the time, it was a nightmare. All right, guys. Much love to all you beautiful people. I'm gonna go take a ride now around on my scooter. Vin, you and me need to meet and hang out sometime because we live very close to each other since you live in Florida now. Yeah, it's gonna happen, Hunter. Don't worry about it. It's gonna happen. No doubt it's gonna happen. What do you guys think of the set, huh? What do you guys think of this new set? You think it's nice? You like the construction or what? Let me know. Let me know. Crying conspiracy theorists is really just an attempt to pathologize someone in order to delegitimate them. There's a reason worry over conspiracy theories is chiefly left-wing. I mean, look, man. I remember being against Russiagate, and people were calling me a conspiracy theorist. And I was like, no, Russiagate is the conspiracy. Like, Russiagate is the conspiracy. Not believing Russiagate is not the conspiracy. So, yeah, that's when it kind of became like, wait a second, like, you're trying to make me look like I'm a crazy person who doesn't know what I'm talking about because I'm not going along with this mainstream idea. I like how the camera tracks your movement. I appreciate it. RFK says people who take SSRIs are addicts and likely to commit school shootings. Well, I think a person on SSRIs is obviously more likely to commit a school shooting than a person who isn't. But that to me seems like a correlation causation fallacy, right? Like, yeah, probably everyone that has done a school shooting has an SSRI, but that probably has to do with the fact that they're dealing with, manic depression or whatever other mental malady a person might be under. I don't know how you can draw a line between that and a school shooting. I mean, there's a reason they got put on the SSRI in the first place, right? So an SSRI is like Wellbutrin, right? Like it's like, which is interesting because, Wellbutrin was an SSRI that I was on, where, it's like a sustained release type of thing. My point is, in order to get prescribed that stuff, you already have to be symptomatic in the first place. So I would say that the malady that people that have to get diagnosed with SSRIs are more probably approximate to why people are doing school shootings than the SSRI itself. That looks like a correlations causation fallacy to me. Thanks everybody. I like how the camera tricks. Thanks. Okay, good. I'll make sure to contact him when I go to Florida. Yeah, no, Revo, seriously, you need to. Especially you. You've been with us for years, bro. Is this the actual aesthetic in you and Sori's bedroom? Yeah, some of it. I mean, there's other stuff too. But yeah, that's part of, this is part of our room. For sure. Yeah, I think it's really, really dangerous when people who are not, just to wrap up the RFK thing, if you're not an expert in that field, and I don't know, he might be an expert in that field, but if you're not an expert in that field, I get really nervous when people start commenting on that stuff, especially in a religious context. In religious context, it makes me really nervous when people start commenting on mental health solutions. And they're not, they haven't been educated in it. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was an AI background. No, this is not an AI background. That's all. That's like physically. All these things are physically here. Like, if there's an effect. It's called portrait, where you make everything kind of blurry. But I could take off portrait. You guys could see, like, once I take the blur off, you could see, like, these are all solid things in the background. You know, like, see what I'm saying? When you put on the portrait mode, it kind of blurs the thing in the back so that then the person in front gets emphasized. But yeah, it's all real. Certainly something to watch play out. Yeah, man. As I said, unless Mr. RFK is an expert in that specific field. I'm not even talking about a doctor, right? Like, if you're in that specific field, psychiatry, then yeah, you can comment on it. But if you're not, obviously you can comment on it, but I wouldn't take what he says about those things as gospel. Thankfully, if you do get assigned meds, you have a doctor, and so whatever RFK says is the issue, you can talk to your doctor about and see what, you know, he or she has to say about it. You guys won't believe this, but when we first, you know, started firing up and deciding we were going to be serious about YouTube, you know, we bought, you know, a standard DSLR camera, blah, blah, blah. The camera that we've been using for a year is my iPhone. It's like the whole thing where the camera moves with me and everything like that, and it tracks and it centers everything. That's all the iPhone. The iPhone's doing that automatically. It is mind-boggling the things that device can do. It's insane. RFK's biggest problem is his Israel loyalty. Yeah, I mean, yeah. All good. All good. You know, his loyalty to Israel, thankfully, won't have any effect on our foreign policy. Obviously, Marco Rubio, who's a neocon who loves war and bloodshed, is completely and totally devoted to the Israelis. So that's not good. And if you're a praying person, man, you better pray like crazy that Trump does not follow through on that. We're going to ethnically cleanse Gaza and build a bunch of hotels in the Gaza Strip. And then rake the area for its natural resources of $500 billion worth of natural gas that's under the Gaza Strip to the West Bank, which I think is the real motivation for a lot of this shit here. Apple's about to get Starlink. I'm assuming that that's what the big hullabaloo is for tomorrow. There's going to be a big announcement tomorrow. They've already got satellite. If you've got the new download, there's a satellite, you know, thingamajig, which I'm assuming is what it's going to be about. All right, guys, I am out of here. Thank you guys for coming along, hanging out with your boy. I shall return very, very soon. I don't know if we've got a stream today, but if we don't have a stream today, I'll jump on and hang out like we did this time. Greetings, Nikolai. Glad to see you, buddy. I'm very, very sad to tell you, but I'm leaving right now. But next time we'll hang out, I'm sure. Rubio looked like he wasn't having a good time in Saudi. He looked scared to be there. Yeah. I bet. Guessing I missed a live stream, but have some questions regarding biblical Christian perspective on pagan gods. All right, go ahead, Nikolai. Ask me a question about the pagan gods. Then I'll go. We'll have a bonus for you. But since it's an interesting set of questions, I can't deny you. I can't deny you, brother. All right, so Nikolai, you're up, buddy. Ask me your Swedish questions. Ask me your Swedish questions. What's up, Jordan Elgani? Good to see you, buddy. What you on? Salam alaikum. Rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Wa alaikum. Talking soon, Gangsta Vin. I ain't no gangster. We was never gangsters. What you joining gangs for? Afraid to fight 1D. We love to throw them hands, boy. Violence was a man's sport. Silent when we plan war. Reefy had the West and I had the Leopard in my Jan sport. Time to get busy after school, head dizzy. Y'all don't know about that. Y'all don't know about that. I'm waiting on my question from Nikolai Albert about pagan gods in light of Christianity. Guessing I missed a live stream, but have some questions regarding the biblical prescription. The biblical Christian perspective on paganism. That should be interesting. Should be very, very interesting. I recently discovered drill rap. Yeah, man. You're about almost a decade too late. Decade too late. I got a song that I wrote about an experience I had when I was a kid. That's where it came from. But I am not gonna sing the whole thing. All right. So as a Swede, I grew up with the Norse gods and stories. Do you believe Odin is a demon or a false god? Hard to open this conversation up. Let me tell you what I actually believe. If you're a Bible boogier, which there's only one Bible boogier in here, and that was my boy, what's his name? Why can't I think? Kai, my guy Kai. He's a Bible boogier. So if you're a Bible boogier, you are familiar with this passage. If you're not, you're not going to be. And since I don't think Kai is even here anymore, nobody's going to be familiar with this passage. But here I go. Yeah, RIP to my homie V.A.N, bro. I love dude, but holy smokes. Talk about God giving you chance after chance after chance. Talk about God giving you chance after chance after chance and screwing it up. Okay, so you asked me what's the view of the pagan gods, and here is my view. This is straight from the Bible. God has taken his place in the divine council. Look at this. In the midst of the gods, he holds judgment. Oh, there's Kai. So right there, it says, God is sitting down at this courtroom scene and he is presiding over other gods. So God starts looking at these gods and saying, how long will you judge unjustly? How long will you show partiality to the wicked? Give justice to the weak and fatherless. Maintain the right of the afflicted and the destitute. Rescue the weak and the needy. Deliver them from the hand of the wicked. Keep in mind, God is saying this to gods while he's in his heavenly court. They neither have knowledge and understanding. They walk about in darkness. Why is God blaming these gods that human beings are walking around in darkness without understanding? Verse 6, God said, I said you are gods, sons of the Most High, all of you. Nevertheless, like men, you shall die, and fall like any prince. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for you shall inherit all the nations. Now, my friend says polytheism. That is not polytheism exactly. This is called henotheism. In other words, that there is a capital G God who has a divine council of lesser created lowercase g gods. Okay? That's called henotheism. And what's happening is those gods or those divine beings, their job was to help us build culture, help us build society, systems of justice, but ultimately to lead us to God. But these lead us to the true God, the capital G God. But these gods did not do that. They did not train them to create a just society. That's why he says, why are you showing justice? Why aren't you judging justly? Why are you showing partiality to the wicked? Right? And then he says, they have neither knowledge nor understanding. They walk about in darkness. And so he's saying these divine beings were deputized by God to give us knowledge and understanding about spiritual truth. But instead of doing that, they gave them a dark understanding of spiritual truth, namely to worship them instead of the true God. So what happened is these gods, remember at the Tower of Babel, right? The Tower of Babel, all of humanity was united, but it was united in false worship. And so God said, okay, you guys all got to split up. And so he split up the nations at the Tower of Babel incident. When those nations went off, they each got assigned a god or a divine being that was designed to lead them back to the true God. But they and then God held Israel for himself. Okay, so the Tower of Babel, God says, okay, you guys go over there. I'm gonna put you under these deities. I'm gonna be the deity for the Israelites. So the Israelites are my inheritance, and then the rest of you guys go off and you can inherit the Canaanites and all the rest of it. But by the end of this psalm, the gods of the nations are so horrible that God says, you guys are going to die like men. Look, I put you in the position you're in. I said you're the gods, sons of the Most High. But like men, you will die. There are many Christians who say, oh, this is talking about human judges in Israel. No, it's not, because this passage is saying you're going to die like men. If these were actually human beings, there's no reason to say that. I believe that these are divine beings whose job it was to give us practical wisdom on running society, as well as spiritual wisdom as to worshiping the true God. They did not follow through on what they were supposed to do, but instead took worship for themselves and built religious systems that glorified them at the expense of God and at the expense of the people worshiping them. And this is God saying, I'm not going to let you do this forever. And at the end of the song, it says, arise, O God, judge the earth, so you will inherit all the nations. So it's saying there's coming a time when, yes, he put all those other nations under the jurisdiction of those false gods, but now in Jesus, he's rising up and claiming all nations back for himself. So that's how I'd answer that question. So in that rubric, Odin and all that stuff, I think all that stuff is legitimate. I also think that the concept of a thunder god who rides the clouds, who has a sun as a template, you see that in Mesopotamia between El and his kids, right? El has a son who rides on the clouds and all the rest of it. Yeah, so that's how to answer that question. Very interesting. I also view the pagan gods more like advanced spiritual beings. Are you familiar with the Hermetic teaching? This sounds like what I would call I have a hard time seeing it as monotheism. That's Jordan Elgani. Well, again, it's henotheism. It's henotheism, which is the idea that there are other gods, but they're created. They're lowercase g gods. They're very powerful. They're more powerful than human beings. But there's an infinite gap between them and the Most High. And that's the reason the Most High is called the Most High. Because we recognize that there are other high gods, there are other high deities, for sure. But the reason they should not be worshipped is because they are not the Most High. Their job is to lead us. They're supposed to say, if you think this little trick was cool, wait till you see the person who made me. That's what they were supposed to do. But what they did was, oh man, these people think this is cool. And look, it's just part of human nature that we want to worship something. You're watching a football player, you say, oh, Tom Brady's the GOAT, and you'll have people literally like fighting each other over the idea of Tom Brady being the GOAT. Michael Jordan's the GOAT. Like, it's just an instinct in human beings. When we see something amazing, we want to end up worshiping it. And that's what happened. These beings, they did whatever, and people were amazed by them and started worshiping them. And instead of saying, hey, this is the guy who really did it, they said, you know, this feels pretty good. And that's how all false religions were born, from a biblical worldview. Relevant for Nikolai, and perhaps this is related to certain biases that I have, but I think you could easily make the case that Germanic paganism preserves certain truth more so than many other pagan faiths. I believe that too. I think that the Babylonian stuff is also, I just think that there was a singular template, and those beings can only operate from that template, and they've had, I don't know, 20,000 years, however long we've been around, to individualize and individuate those religions to themselves. But really at the core of it, a lot of it's the same. I see Odin as being an image of Christ, the Lord of Law and Right. Thor as Christ the Conqueror. White Balder as the image of the white Christ, whom all creation groans. Well, good. I see it that way too. Although it's Thor. Who's Thor's dad? Isn't it? Is it Odin? Odin would be the father type figure, and Thor is the kid, right? Gods, they're probably not, but higher beings, you mean? Yeah. When in English, when we say God, G-O-D, we're talking about Allah, the Most High, whatever. Most English people do not have the idea of lesser or divine beings in the semantic domain of gods. But that's why I say they're lowercase g. They're just supernatural, powerful beings that are more powerful than human beings, but are created and not to be worshipped. They are to point us to the God who should be worshipped. Right, so Odin's the All-Father, and then he's got a son, Thor, who goes to war and rides on a cloud, right? Does Thor ride on a cloud? I'm not sure. But that setup of a father god who has a son who basically executes the affairs of the kingdom. You also have that in Middle Eastern paganism, where you have El and his son Baal, and Baal is a thunder god who rides on clouds and executes the affairs of Odin. His father. Thor's father is Odin. Thor is a thunder god. Odin is the All-Father, king of the gods. Right. So you have this setup where you have a god who's a father, and then you have the son who goes out and executes all the affairs. And I don't know if Odin rides on a cloud yet or whatever, but it's the same thing. You have El is kind of like the high father god, but he's got a son named Baal, and Baal rides on the clouds, and he gets worshipped and all the rest of it. And you have Jesus, and you have God the Father, and he has a son named Jesus. And guess what Jesus does? He is a cloud rider, and he is a warrior who executes the affairs of the kingdom. So I think that template, you see that template, whether it's Middle Eastern, mythology or Norse mythology, you have the same setup. And I think the reason for that is because that was the original setup. I believe that bad angels, we would call them, observed, were part of this divine council, had seen the interaction between the Father and the Son, and when they broke off, they set up their own kingdom in much the same way, because all they could do is copy the original. You mean God like Allah? In Arabic, God without a major G pronounces Ilah. So the God, Allah. Okay, yeah. So these would be Ilahi, I think is what you call them. And then God would be Allah, like the Most High God. I agree. Yeah, it's the same kind of construction. These are not gods in the sense that these are things that are worthy of worship or whether. Quite the contrary, they're not worthy of worship. And when this is all over, they're going to be demoted below us. As the scripture says, he made us for a little while lower than the angels. I believe ultimately what really is going to happen is that the name for these beings technically would be B'nai Elohim, the sons of God. And they occupied a place in the divine council. And what I believe is that the ones that betrayed their position get cast out. And what cast out means, it's not like a locational geographical term. It is more akin to a defrocking or even an impeachment. So when we say the devil and his angels were cast out of heaven, I don't think it means like a geographical argument. I think it means they got demoted. And because they're demoted, those are empty seats now. So it's like the control room of running the universe has a bunch of empty seats. And that's why when the New Testament calls us, now we are the children of God. And John says, what we will be has not yet been made known to us. But when we see him, we will be like him because we will see him as he is. Okay? So what John is saying, none of us really understands how high of an honor the term Son of God is until he shows up. And you see this at the end of the Bible where Jesus in the New Testament says, to him who overcomes, I will grant them authority to sit with me on my throne, just as I overcame and sat with me on my Father's throne. So Jesus is saying, when you go through the suffering that's assigned for all Christians, you're going to be raised and you're going to be in one of those seats running the universe. That's the idea. And that's what you see at the end of the Bible, is that the saints are sitting high on thrones and given authority to judge. So I think the story is that we are going to be replacing Odin, Thor, blah blah blah, all the rest of these beings who stole worship for themselves instead of pointing it back to God. Do you believe the three Abrahamic religions worship different gods? Yes. I do not believe the God of the Quran is the God of the Bible. The God of the Quran goes out of his way to tell everybody that he's not the God of the Bible. And the God of what is now being called Judaism is an even more foreign God than the God of the Quran. So, yes, I believe that those who are worshiping Allah from the Muslim perspective are worshiping a very strong principality or confederation of principalities. And I think the same is true of what is being called Judaism today. Angel Sin says, it seems obvious to me that Christ has the strongest parallels with those three figures, Odin, Thor, and Balder. I agree with that. I don't know enough about Nordic theology, but it is interesting to me that it appears that the Vikings at some level embraced Christianity and stayed within Christianity up to their descendants fighting in the Crusades. And so if that's true, then your argument, Angel Sin, would buttress that there wasn't much of a psychological leap from their construct to our construct, if that makes any sense. We have two clans, the clan of the bear and the clan of the elk. Here in Finnish tradition is more animistic in nature, driven spirituality and worship of the divine ancestors. Yeah, Ilah is God like any God. Allah comes from Allahi. I understand it. They're higher beings, but deemed to be adored, right? Not right. Correct. They're higher beings, kind of like the jinn. Only doesn't seem that jinn are as intelligent, but these are extremely intelligent, extremely powerful divine beings who have amazing abilities. Even for the angelic realm, these are powerful beings. I have so much I want to learn about Christianity. It'd be great to have someone I can ask these questions to like you. Well, I mean, I do. Send me an email, visionstory@gmail.com. I do firesides like this every once in a while. Maybe I'll keep them more often and we could just do question answer. Worship is a bit misleading. It's more about deep respect. Yeah, I mean, a lot of that depends on how you define worship, right? Do you subscribe to the works of Michael Heiser? Yes, Michael Heiser is the reason I just explained everything I just explained to you, Psalm 82. That was really his thing, and it really sucks that he's gone. But I guess he's up there in the control rooms now, I guess. But with all the UFO stuff and everything that's coming out, it's pretty crazy to hear secularists who are not familiar with Heiser's work repeating the things that Heiser's saying without even knowing it. It just makes me very excited about Christianity, because it's like every new thing that gets discovered just drives you deeper and deeper into your Bible. It's crazy. One day I'll probably do a show about Michael Heiser relative to the phenomena. Or maybe I'll get that done in a Bible boogie if we ever get around to it. But yes, I'm a big fan of Michael Heiser. How do we know that Lucifer and Satan are the same being? Well, if you're talking about the individual in the Garden of Eden, or if you're talking about the individual in Job chapter 1, if you look at those verses in isolation, there's no way that you can say that the devil, as we know him, the personal being the devil, is being spoken of there. For example, in Job chapter 1, where it says, Satan, the sons of God were presenting themselves to God and Satan was there with them. That's not what the original Hebrew says. It actually says that the sons of God were presenting themselves to God and Ha-Satan was there with him. The Satan was with them. So Satan in that context is not a personal pronoun. Satan in that context is actually talking about the position that person occupies, because Satan means opposer. Okay, so in Job chapter 1, all these angels are presenting themselves to God and giving a report, and also comes the opposer. And really the job of the opposer is really to be a devil's advocate, right? And so you can't really say that the person that was speaking to God in the book of Job was the devil, as in the proper noun, the devil. It was just a spiritual being whose job it was to oppose the people of God, or to be the reason that you have tests, etc. I'd like to stay in touch with you. I'm a former Muslim who's now trying to talk about Christianity, but I don't know anything about it. What's your Gmail? Yeah, vinandstory@gmail.com. vinandstory@gmail.com. And if I get an email from you, I'll send you my phone number. Don't share it with anybody, but if you have questions like beyond that, send me a text. I'll answer it for you. I agree. I have lots of respect for Christians. Many Nordic neo-pagans want to discredit Christianity as a foreign religion and an agent of Israel. Which is, yeah. I had a pastor guy say, it's very few pastors that are going to say this, but he basically says, when you go to the pagan, please excuse my, whatever, but when you go into a pagan environment and they tell you that these gods sent them rain and all this other stuff, there's no reason to speak against them. There's no reason to say, oh, those guys aren't real, blah, 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 blah. What he says is, yeah, you needed their help. They took care of you for as long as you guys needed. And now here we are with the true God and with his true son. And now that they're here, you don't need those anymore. Because they were just a faint shadow of the original. Here's the original. The original wants a relationship with you. I've never been a pagan, so I don't know how that falls on the ears of a pagan. But what I will say is that I'd much rather say that to a person than to say, you've been worshiping a demon the whole time and blah, 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 blah. Because the actions of these beings do not comport to what we think of as demons. These people have been praying for hundreds of years for rain, and rain comes systematically because God is gracious. And even though those beings are taking worship for themselves, what's God going to do? And fuck you guys, die of thirst. You see what I'm saying? It's really, 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 it's oversimplistic to say, if you really look at the Bible and then you compare that with the way that Christians deal with unbelievers, it's just not as simple as that. I mean, I don't know how else to put it, but it's not as simple as that. That's what I'd say. I'd say that those gods are valid insofar as they did their job and they took care of those people. And the fact that there are people to this day that are still around is a testament to the fact that they were doing something correct. It's just that they were not doing the ultimate right thing. Studying theology, but haven't gone too much into Heiser beyond videos of him talking. I don't know if it was assertions rigorous due to how different new my friend Dave went to his funeral. Yeah, man, he especially with all the UAP stuff that's happening right now, I definitely understood why God had me cross paths with him. I talked to him a couple times because I had some thoughts on a couple things. So I was able to actually we're actually gonna interview him and all that stuff. And then my life went crazy and then his life went crazy. And by the time I swung back around, he was so huge that he just, he didn't have the time. So, yeah. But people, Heiser's one of them dudes that people it becomes like a cult figure because it's such a paradigm shifting idea. I would not be able to have this conversation with my pagan. I have a lot more way of intelligently speaking to my pagan friends about their experiences in their religion because of Dr. Heiser. So, yeah, once you get exposed to Heiser's stuff, definitely people become fanboys of him. They get very, very devoted. So, I mean, John Piper is that for me. Mike Heiser is that for me. James White used to be that for me when I was a hardcore Calvinist. But yeah, definitely. All right, Nikolai. What? I consider myself to be an OG, but I don't have the hotline to V.A.N. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. All right, guys. So shout out to El Ghani. Salam alek, buddy. Rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Send me that email, and then once you send me the email, put your number on it. I'll send you my number, and then you can text me. And don't worry about texting me in the middle of the night and all that shit, because I'm up all weird hours of the night. So if you have my number, that means you can text me 24/7. Doesn't mean I'm going to respond to you 24/7, but you definitely text me. How can I read the Bible and not miss a lot of deep truths in each book? I may not be able to see some of the things that you see in it. It's almost certain that you're not going to see the things that I see in it when I read it, because my life is on a different path than yours, and there are things that I need to see that you don't, and vice versa. You are certainly missing deep sections of the Bible. The solution to that is two things. One, keep reading it. And two, keep conscious of it while you're doing your daily life. Whatever you read, right? Whatever you read that sticks out to you, just try this for a week. you just say, okay, I'm going to open the book of Genesis. I'm just going to read till I land on a line or a word that hits me in the mouth. Like for some reason, you get stuck on a word or a line or whatever, right? So you just say, I'm going to read until I hit that. Boom. Then you hit that, right? Whatever that line is, put the Bible down and then go about your day. But as you're going about the day, keep that line in your head. By the end of the day, that line is going to have such deeper meaning to you than it did when you first read it. And to be honest with you, I have hundreds of dollars in Bible software and this and this and this, but that methodology has been how I've gotten most of my insights about the Bible. You just keep it in your head, and then you go about your day, whether you're riding your scooter, whatever, and you just keep that in the back of your head. The text itself will grow alive and start talking to you throughout your day. It's very interesting experience. Got so much to ask about from Islam to now trying to know as much as I can about Christianity. Cool. I'll get the email. I'll text you immediately. Like I said, you can always hit me up no matter what time. V.A.N cannot see them either, as they're revealed to the innocent and simple. Whatever it is, that's probably right. Yeah. So Scott, one of my favorite preachers said that the Bible is shallow enough for a 3-year-old to understand it, but deep enough for the greatest philosopher to drown in it. And I think because the Bible is a book for everybody, it encompasses all of that. I'm not going to lie to you, for the last 10 years, Genesis chapter 1 through 3 has been in my head, and there's so much meaning and life experience that I've ran through that funnel literally over the last 10 years, like I couldn't even tell you. Like, we started a church with that, with Genesis 1 through, I mean, literally, like, it's just been that one thing. And so, like, when I look at the entire Bible, I'm like, my God, like, I don't even have a lifetime. I've been hanging out in 3 chapters for 10 years of my life. I mean, they're literally, if I go back to like the reviews and everything that I've done, we've done like over 1,000 videos on this forum. Like, I guarantee you, like, there's something from Genesis in almost everything I've said. Like, it's just like, it's part of my DNA now. So the Bible is super, super deep. And so don't read it being like, I'm going to get everything possible out of this, because it's like, if it's the word of God and God is infinite, then he speaks infinite words, right? And so there's a part of me that's like, every word in that book probably has some infinite meaning that we're still going to be parsing out like 10 trillion years from now. Like 10 trillion years from now, you're going to come up to me and be like, bro, this verse right here. And like, literally, I believe that. So don't worry too much about missing all the deep parts. You should assume that you're going to miss the deep part. Your job, Paul says, now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face, right? And so it's like, whatever we know about God, whatever awesome thing we read about God, that means that we just barely touched the surface. Like, we're seeing through like a dim mirror. Whatever awesome revelation, I've got some amazing revelations from the Bible that like bring you to tears and like ugly cry weeping type stuff. And it's like, and I'm a big doubter. So in those times, God comes beside you and says, yo, all of this is true. All of it's true, little bro. But then he comes and says, and it's truer and better than you imagine. Okay? So that's why I'm so obsessed with the Bible. But there's a lot of people that don't have that experience, and so I don't talk about it a lot because I don't want to make people whatever. But honestly, like, that's been my experience with the Bible since I've been a kid. It's always been like that. Since you're fascinated about AI, what are your thoughts on the Vision from Marvel Comics? He's a sentient, conscious android with human emotions. Yeah, I think it's an interesting story. I don't believe that we're ever going to be able to make a sentient, conscious android, because I believe that that's in the realm of the soul, and the soul is a non-physical aspect and component of our being. And so I think you're going to have things that are close that can replicate a soul, but I don't believe that you're going to be able to build a soul in a lab. So that's my thought process. I have a lot of respect for you saying what you think and not trying to appease anyone. Hopefully I'll see you on the other stream. I have lots of other topics I'd love to discuss with you. Well, Nikolai, send me an email too. And, you guys can suggest subject matter on free streams like this. So that's out there for y'all. Yes, Randy. Yes. Also, the mirror face-to-face, like you said, Plato's cave we see now indirectly. Correct. Right. So all views of reality, we are not seeing the thing in itself. Like Kant, all those guys. Plato, just for everybody, that's not as smart as Randy, Plato had this very famous idea of, Plato's in the cave, right? And you're in the cave and you're seeing all these, shadow creatures, because of the campfire and all that. And you think the shadow creatures are what they are, when in reality, the shadow creature is a reflection of a deeper reality. So you're not seeing the real thing, you're seeing the shadow, and that's the world we're in. We're in some shadow world that's being reflected off of a true thing. And you see this is clearly influenced. The early Christians were influenced by this. So it says, what can be seen is temporal, what is unseen is eternal. Paul talked about the Old Testament. He called it types and shadows. The term shadows is clearly a Platonic ideology. And obviously a guy like Paul, or whoever wrote the book of Hebrews, was obviously familiar with non-Jewish philosophers, as we could see in Acts 17, where he was quoting Epicurean and Stoic philosophers, etc. So yes, just like Plato's cave, right? That's kind of the same idea. The other thing that a lot of people don't know, that I didn't know, but apparently, and Angel Sin, I'm gonna send you this. Apparently, one of the earliest books that the Christian church familiarized itself with was Plato's Republic. I'm dead serious. That was one of the early books that the early Christian church devoted themselves to reading and learning. And so when you think about the Western world in light of Christianity and Platonism, it appears that the Christians found a way to synthesize spirituality and the humanities in a way that was coherent, which gives rise to the superiority of the Western world over the Eastern world. And obviously, that's a very, very dangerous word to say when you say superiority. I'm not talking about human ontology. I'm talking about the results of a society, whether the advancement of technology, the advancement of medicine, the advancement of education, things of that nature. I would say that Western culture is superior to Eastern culture. And when you get when you hear that the early Christians were studying Plato's Republic beside their Bibles, it makes a lot of sense. Very, very interesting. I'm reading Plato's Republic now. Yeah, there it is. You know what I'm saying? My point is, we've always had a very, very, very deep intellectual history as Christians. That's without question. And I think that that's going to pay off in the coming years, because I do think that the secularists are going through a major paradigm shift right now. That the simple secularism of even 15 years ago cannot stand up to the current science that we have. And I think there's going to have to be some rearranging, as it were. Greatest gift I've ever received from Christianity, maybe from the metal gods, is you, V.A.N and Story. You brought so much joy to my life. Man, you crazy. You've been a faithful friend since day one, man. I appreciate it. And there's not a lot of people that can relate to me on certain issues when I'm alone, especially relative to the losses. You know, like I just went through a situation. I was like, oh, damn, man. Like, I'm really, really by myself with this shit. You know, I was kind of like, damn, like I'm really, really alone in this shit. And then I thought about you and I was like, nah. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not alone in it. There's people that understand. You know what I'm saying? So that's valuable, bro. I appreciate it. I agree with that. Even outside of Plato's Republic, Christian engaged more with classical Republican tradition than Islamic world ever had. Yeah, and I just think that Islam cannot comport to a Republican idea of representative government. I don't think that. And what's interesting is that you can get. There's a sense in which Christians are saying that unity in diversity is the ultimate truth because we have the doctrine of the Trinity. And so if unity in diversity is the ultimate truth, there's almost a sense in which it necessitates a Republican form of government or a representative form of government where there has to be some plurality and unity simultaneously. But if you look at the monism of Islam, it doesn't, it kind of comports more to autocratic hierarchy than voluntary sacrificial hierarchy, where Paul, when he wants to get people to submit to each other and not be prideful, he doesn't just say, look, God said this, God made me the leader, that's it. Paul says, well, your attitude should be like Christ, who being in very nature God did not consider equality with God something to be grasped, but emptied himself and he made himself a servant. And then he says, you know, that the name of Jesus, every knee will bow and every tongue will confess that Jesus Christ is Lord to the glory of God the Father. And so there you have a way of leadership and hierarchy that isn't based on power, but at the same time is submission based and cooperative and all the rest of it. And Paul is appealing to the intra-Trinitarian relationship, the perichoresis of the Father and the Son, to make that argument. And so I do think there's a sense in which if you start out with a Trinitarian idea, you're probably going to end up with some form of unified pluralism, which I think being expressed in republicanism, not the Republican Party, but republicanism, I think is the corollary to that. And I think that the early Christians saw that too. So really, really interesting stuff. Really interesting stuff. Thomas Aquinas and other church fathers use Aristotle and Plato philosophy to expand Christian teaching. Yeah, exactly. Who or what is the God of the Jews or the God of Islam? I do not know. I don't know the name of the specific principality that's over Islam and Judaism. I just know it's none of the good guys. It's none of the good guys, especially within what's called Judaism today. When everything is seemingly going wrong, does it potentially mean you're living wrong? What do you do when you feel like you might not have let go of resentment held towards God? When everything is seemingly going wrong, does it potentially mean you're living wrong? Well, if you say potential, then yes, there's always a potential. There's also a potential that you're living right. We have both examples in Scripture. We have a guy who's not doing well. He's doing something wrong. He knows he's doing something wrong. God speaks to his conscience. He won't listen. Eventually, his family gets blown up, right? But he had ample warning beforehand, and the thing that he did was obviously wrong, right? And then you have a guy like Job, who everything went wrong in his life, not because he was bad, but because he was good. Oh, you got this guy Job, he's out here worshiping you and blah, 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 but is he going to worship you if I take everything from him? God says, go ahead and do it. So in Job's situation, bad shit happened not because he was a bad person, but because he was a good person. Jesus has this interesting teaching. He says, I'm the vine, you're the branches, and my Father's the gardener. And he says, every branch in me that doesn't bear fruit, he cuts it off and throws it into the fire. Then he says, any branch that does bear fruit, he prunes so it can bear even more fruit. Well, pruning a tree involves cutting it, slicing it up. So there's 3 reasons, actually 4 reasons, why we suffer. So 1 is you did a bad thing. 2 is actually you did a good thing and you're being tested. 3 is, and God wants to enjoy your faithfulness and love to him in the moment. Okay? Because the way that you show love to a divine being is not by hugging him. It's by remaining loyal to him through trouble. If you remain loyal to God through trouble, that's the equivalent to him of experiencing a hug and devotion, right? But Jesus says, if you bear fruit, I will prune you so you can bear more fruit. So sometimes there's a sense in which, here's a football analogy. Jalen Hurts, he was in the Super Bowl twice, right? The first time he was in the Super Bowl, they were this close to winning, and then Patrick Mahomes and the referees brought it home for the Chiefs, right? But he was this close to winning. Okay. This last Super Bowl, they won. And as the timer's going down, he goes up to his teammate and he says, you were the missing piece. This teammate, the running back, Saquon Barkley. He said, you were the missing piece. He said, and Saquon, the running back, is like, nah, man, you're the quarterback. You got us here. Da, da, da. And the quarterback's like, you don't understand what you did. You were the missing piece. You're the reason we got over the hump. Okay? So here's a reason for that analogy. We suffer sometimes because we're fucked up. We're wrong. Sometimes we suffer because we're good and God is trying to test us. Sometimes we suffer, watch this, because we're doing good, and in order to do better, that bad circumstance is going to give us some quality or attribute that we need to get over the hump. So he couldn't win the Super Bowl in year 1, but getting to the Super Bowl, you know he's already good. But in order to get really, really good, they had to cut one of his teammates and add another one later. Okay? So sometimes we suffer for that reason, where God's like, man, you're really killing it. Sometimes you're doing way better than you think you are, and God won't tell you because he doesn't want you to get a big head. So sometimes God's like, man, this dude is really, really killing it. If we could take this away and add this later, he would do even better, right? And so sometimes you suffer because of that. And then I'll add one more. Paul says, I'm a prisoner of Jesus Christ. And then he says, I bear all things for the sake of the elect. Okay, the term the elect is just it's another word for the entire Christian family. Okay, so Paul says, I am suffering now. I'm suffering for the sake of the family. In other words, one of the reasons why we all came together on this channel was through metal music. Has your favorite metal musician ever said, I got into metal and I write music because my life is awesome? Isn't it true that the vast majority of the songs that stay with us, that we love, definitely in metal, but even outside of metal, have to do with some sort of pain? You know, System of a Down, probably their most famous song is Chop Suey. And the entire song, the guy's talking about pain and God abandoning him. Got the Life is my favorite song of all time with Korn, one of their most famous songs, and the chorus is talking about God communicating with him and telling him, you have everything you want, why aren't you happy? That's the song, and trust me, I know that's why the song was written. Okay? And so one of the reasons we suffer, one of the reasons why everything in your life might be going wrong, isn't because you're a bad guy. It might not be that God is testing you. It might not be that God is pruning you. It might be that you're suffering so that you can show somebody behind you how to suffer and get through something. So you're suffering not for anything in yourself, but you're suffering for the amount of people that you're going to be able to help through your pain and how you got through it. So we suffer for the sake of other people in the family. I'll give you one example, and then I really got to get out of here. So I've got a history of mental illness in my family for generations, and it hit me pretty bad, and I almost died. I ended up in a mental institution, right, for half a year. And I'm not going to get into the particulars, but I found something sharp, or I made something sharp, and I just went to town on my arm, just went crazy on it, and like my entire, it was like a meat grinder, right? And the next day, since I was in the hospital, they gave me a tetanus shot and they wrapped it up, and you have to tell them, like, what did you use, blah 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 blah. And I remember, I'm a very hard person to feel shame about anything, but I remember looking down at my arm. I mean, it was pretty extreme. I just remember looking at it and being like, feeling that shame, and like taking a shirt and covering it up. And God said to me, don't do that. He said, I'm going to use that. Wear that shit loud and proud. Years later, I'm talking about a decade later, I'm hanging out outside church group, and we're in the bad part of town, okay? And this church group, it was like a church youth group. We could tell that they were on like a special little project because they were out in our park, okay, in the bad part of town, talking to people about Jesus. And our church was literally like walking distance. Their church, they had to drive. So it was just a project for these kids, like, get in with the poors and whatever. And obviously when you're in a situation like that, a lot of these kids, these are white suburban kids, you could there wasn't a lot of work, but there was this one girl who was just a rock star. She was going everywhere. I mean, she was killing it. So as it was winding down, I went up to them and I said, you guys are awesome. That's, I've been watching y'all, blah, blah, blah. That's great, yada, yada, yada. And I said, and they were all like encouraged. I said, let me pray for you guys. So we all got in a circle and I prayed, gave them a little blessing or whatever. I'm walking away. The rock star girl comes up to me 5 minutes later and says, hey, can I talk to you? And I said, yeah, what's good? What you want? So she comes up to me. I've never met this girl in my life. She comes up to me and she takes her hoodie and pulls it up, and there's all these scars on her arm. I'm looking at Shorty, and I immediately loved her. Like my little sister. Immediately loved her. She said, can you pray for me? And I said, so you're the strong one. You're the rock star. You're the one that everybody depends on, but nobody knows you got this shit going on. She said, how did you know? I said, I knew. And so I prayed for her, prayed for my sister. And I said, you're going to be good. I promise you're going to be good. As she's walking away, I said, hey, why did you come to me? Because it wasn't just me. There was a lot of people from our church in the park at the time, because we did it every Sunday. I was like, why did you come to me? And she said, she looked at my arm and said, I knew you'd understand. And God said to me, I told you. He said, I told you. Don't ever cover that shit up, bro. That's your crown. in that moment, all the shit that I went through that got me to the place where I did that, I would not have traded that for $10 trillion. I was happy that I went through all that and that it resulted in that so I could help that girl. So some of the things that happened to me in my life that led to my arm being jacked up the way it was had nothing to do with me. I didn't do anything wrong. God wasn't trying to grow me, whatever. But he knew that that girl would need that moment in the park to show her there's a way to be a Christian and struggle with this stuff. It doesn't mean you're not valid, and it doesn't mean that God's not going to show you a way out. He will. There's things that I said to her, it's between me and her, right? But I wouldn't trade those scars on my arms for anything, just to be able to be that person for Shorty in that moment, right? And so sometimes we go through these things for our brothers and sisters that we don't know that we're related to. If we handle our suffering correctly, if we handle our crosses correctly, I promise you, on the last day when God shows you the whole picture, the only thing you're going to regret is that you didn't have more of them. So bear the cross while you have time to bear it, because you're not just bearing it. Just like Jesus. Jesus wasn't carrying his cross because anything he did. He was carrying it for us, right? And the symbol of our religion is a cross. And so you should embrace it. There's a scene in The Passion where Jesus is embracing the cross as if it's this long lost lover, and the soldier says, "Look at this fool, he embraces the cross." I said, no, he's embracing you. He's embracing you. You just don't understand yet, but later you will. Okay, so that's what I will say. And now some of you say, well, I still cover myself up, and that's fine. That's something that God told me. He said, don't you be ashamed of it. And that was also at a time where I did not know that that was a thing. I didn't know that people did that. I just thought, hey, I'm really crazy or whatever. I didn't know that people actually did that. So I was kind of like in some sort of trance. And when I came out of it, I was like, what the fuck? Because it was a pretty terrible scene. All right, guys. Much love to all you beautiful people. Good question from the big homie. I think that's Joe to go. But there you go, buddy. Much love to you. I'm going to say a little prayer for you, buddy, because it sounds like you're going through it. And I hate that you're going through it, because even though God can bring a lot of good out of suffering, it's still called suffering. Right? So even though everything that I said is 100% true and I'll live and die on it, it still sucks. Okay? So I'm going to pray for you, whatever you're going through, bro, that God will show up for you. God, thank you for Joe to go, and whatever he's going through, or whatever a person he loves is going through. Thank you that you add purpose and reason and goodness for why we suffer. God, help us to just fall in love with you. Haunt us every day with scriptures. Haunt us every day with your presence. Everybody that talked today, I pray that you would give them a special blessing of faith. And Jet is still waiting to hear from you. So if you could show up to her and speak to her in her language pretty soon here, that would be awesome. We love you imperfectly. We're searching for you imperfectly. But we do love you, and we are looking for you. So stop making yourself so scarce, and turn around and talk to my friends, please. And I know you will, because you love them more than I do. In Jesus' name, amen. I love you guys. I'm out of here. I got to go scoot.